Hello, everyone. It is Matt here. We are finally getting started. So, thank you so much for your patience. Just doing the last few checks now. Like we are good overall. Looks like the pods have been generated now, which is very cool. So, firstly, I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which I speak today. Meanjin/Brisbane has been traditionally cared for by the Turrbal and Yarraga peoples, and I'd like to pay my respects to their elders, past and present. So today we have 4 rounds of CEDH. We've got a Swiss for 3 rounds. We've got 20 players signed up, and then we have a cut to top 4. So that will be sort of the setup for today. We've got a break between, I think it's between rounds 2 and 3, or it might be between rounds 1 and 2. I guess we'll find out soon. And yeah, 80-minute time, no extra turns. So hopefully this is a great start to something very cool for Australian CDH. I'm just going to pull up a spectator now. Whoops. All right, we're just going to switch back to our waiting screen for just a moment. All right, looks like we are live now. Excellent. Players resolving their mulligans. So we've got Krark Sakashima, Tom playing that deck. Got Alex on Kinnan. Got Thrumdog on Brea. And we've got Gripen on Timna Crom. Very cool. I believe we'll be joined by Cooley to jump in and observe with us. Looks like we've got mulligans resolved so far for Alex, and everyone else still sorting through. This one, obviously, Timna Crom being the format, if not the best, depending on who you ask. Brea is, I guess, one of those commanders that's sort of fallen out of favor of late, but it has that Timna Crom does, and then you've got an outlet in the command zone. Well, so you're swapping the card advantage for the outlet and a few different combos, bottom and style. Very experienced as a Krark Sucker player. He's always jamming that one. Very high level Krark player. Very cool to see. Alex also a bit of a menace when it comes to playing his in. Played a reasonable amount with him and online. It's always scary. He's just got so much experience with that list. Yeah, just going to keep checking, making sure all the technical things are all good. We have Tim Crom sorted now. Tom finalizing his mulligans, and Rumdog also good now. So I dare say Cooley will be joining us in and out. Welcome, Cooley. Thanks for jumping in.
How we doing?
We don't have any complaints. I'm just going to make sure that Cooley is coming through the stream. Could you give us another big hello?
Hello.
Just
How we doing? There
Cooley
we
is
go.
coming
Let's
through the
pull
stream.
up
Could
some
you give us
stats
another
about
big
this
hello?
pod while we're doing this. Off to the races with a turn 1 mana vault. And the gemstone caverns from the Kinnan. Big splashy starts. We love to see it.
Very cool.
Oh, into double Matador.
Oh man, Alex is a bit of a menace when it comes to this deck. Hey, it's just he's just got so much experience under his belt playing good old Kinnan that it can just get out of hand so quickly. I think his particular list, I'm going to pull it up, but from memory, he's kind of sits halfway between like the big flips lists and your more typical good cards and like strong card quality list. It's yeah, quite
Yeah,
challenging.
let's his list. I know he's been tuning it for a long while. And just to quickly back to the game, we got land pass from Thrumdog and land pass from our blue farm player. Sort of telling me they're both setting up for some tutors, I'm assuming.
Mm,
But yeah, back to Alex's deck list. It's definitely one he's been teching for a while.
mm. He's got a massively high creature density, like quite a lot of Kid and decks will have 36 creatures overall. But all of his big flips sort of still sit in that scary range of cards. There's not as many of the, I guess the lower card quality ones. What have we got here? So is that a Stormkiln artist? I
That does
believe that.
appear to be a Stormkiln artist. That's a scary one from the Grok Sucker play. I'd be
Yeah.
on high alert, but Alex also coming out swinging and catching a pyroblast for his efforts, and immediately recasting his Kinnan, saying, "I don't care about your counterspells. I don't care what you do. I'm gonna just jam it." This time using his delighted halfling, so he doesn't have to play around the pyroblast. So let's have a quick look at some of these deck lists. So our Craft Sakashima list, nothing too crazy. Obviously on Ashling the Flame Dancer from the new
Mm,
MH3 set. Bit of a fun one.
that's a big upgrade for that deck. I think
Yeah.
it's quite powerful.
Being able to add 4 mana and deal 2 damage to each creature opponent's control, really clean up the board. And some other weird cards like Grip of Amnesia.
Mm.
Counter target spell unless its controller removes their graveyard from the game and draw a card. 2 mana instant.
So we
So
did
some spicy tech.
We did see a
What was
Lotho
it?
just come down, but I am not sure if that was just a sequencing or a timing thing or what it was, or if he just played the wrong card. But we've got is that
Arcane Signet.
oh, it's a Signet, is it? I was wondering.
Yeah.
Man, it's not often that I get confused by card arts, and I've just had two in a row that yeah, thrown me.
A lot of alt arts these days.
Hmm.
Ooh, looking at Alex's deck list, he's got some spicy new including the new Flood Moon, Harbinger of the Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Fun one. Obviously, he loves himself the Kira, Great Glass
Yeah.
Spinner, the Old Ward. On Perplexing Chimera, a favorite of Kinnan players. I hate the card. And trying
Oh yeah.
removal.
Absolute.
Volatile Stormdrake. And off on a dockside. I'm not
Yeah.
particularly impressed by this dockside. It's a count of
1, 2,
3 total.
3. Yeah, I guess.
A
Maybe
bold move, dockside for 3.
maybe he's just setting up for a 3 Adnors possibly. Figures he can. I think there's 4 cards in hand now, so that would make sense if he's got something sort of big and game winning. And I mean, based on his position too, if he's got something like an Adnors and then maybe a Force of Will, he can kind of let the other players have a crack at it first, and then sort of try and win second rather than.
Yeah, very classic blue farm. Sit there, build value, wait for your moment, draw a bunch of cards.
I'm definitely leaning towards there being a game-winning spell in his hand, because otherwise we would have seen something like the Dockside and a Timner just being the Dockside being used as a Timner attacker or something like that, perhaps. But I suppose you can always cast that next turn, but you're getting one less attacker in. We've got the Krark deployed by Tom. This is where it gets like really, really scary. I really dislike being in this situation if I'm in either Thrumdog's or Gripen's position here, because it's quite difficult to tell because of the non-deterministic nature of both of the decks in front of us. It's really hard to see what we should be thinking about stopping, because there's just another threat that's going to happen around the corner. And it's all going to depend on the hand textures and the luck of the flips for both of those. So, but Alex was an activation, main phasing that one. Is that a Nether Hall? It is a Nether Hall.
Or is a Nether Hall. That's going to be killer into Watanabe's, into Tom's deck.
Very fair card to have out on the field on turn 3. I think we can firmly put Alex in the threat category now, above Tom.
Yeah,
but you never know. There could be something really special in Tom's hand. You know, if he's got something like a misstep or a Gip Probe or another free spell, a snap. Snap won't work because he
also,
can't cast it.
if we look at Alex's deck list, he's on Fierce Guardianship, Force of Negation, Force of Will, and that's it. That's all he'll be able to cast with 3 cards out of 90. You know, there's a chance that Tom might just go for it, but here we go. The follow-up Dockside.
You know that none of those treasures are going to get cracked, because Breya's not going to be perceived as the scariest person at the table here.
Speaking of Breya, this deck list, have you had a chance to look at it?
I have not. Let me pull it up now.
It's an interesting one. It's not on the Oreo Salvages deck list, a line, sorry, which I find I'm really big fan of that line, so it's interesting to see why they've chosen to come off it. I guess maybe it can be a bit too clunky, instead choosing to be on Hullbreaker Horror, and obviously your Kitten, Teferi, those sort of things. So we flashed in an OBM in response. Wonder where this ping is going.
Not that we are in the channel, but if I was in Gripen's position and Thrumdog's position, I'd be asking about whether he's going to be able to draw extra cards and whether that Kinnan can get cut at this point. But
that's interesting. Could be Kinnan, could be the Stormkiln artist. There's and there's that Lothar from earlier. A bit of a weird sequencing. Maybe should have gone Lothar into Dockside.
Yeah, very strange. Perhaps just wanted to hold up the mana to protect it.
Yeah, potentially.
But quite an unlucky gemstones on the field for Thrumdog now.
Yeah, absolute lack of luck. It does sort of explain now why Gripen here was holding up the 3 mana to try hopefully get someone with the OBM. So there's still the consideration of maybe having just held up 2 mana and not cast the Dockside, but I think you're right, he was aiming to try get something else through if need be. Heuristic Study.
So it's interesting here, because depending on the texture of both Alex and Tom's hands, we've kind of gone to Alex's head with this Bowmaster. Because there are situations where you can just be encouraging the craft to do lots of things, the Nezahall's going to get their draws, and if the stacks piece gets deployed, a Dranith or something like that, or just something that's going to negate the actual card advantage from Nezahall, and turn him into less of a threat, then we could see some really interesting sort of like asymmetrical targeting with this.
Hmm.
The Bowmaster's like quite handy in that we can put a stop to our Stormkiln, our Kinnan, our Cry, whenever we need to kind of pull the trigger on that, depending on, once again, hand textures. So I don't hate the position Gripen's in right now.
I think if I wanted to be anyone at this table, I think it'd still be Gripen. This is my bread and butter. Sit there with Aristic, Orcish Bowmasters, and the Dream.
I'm curious
Now,
about the Lotho targeting for that
yeah.
ping.
Well, I guess the argument is they're not going to feed any more this turn, and so thought they'd take out the X1 while they could.
I've often thought about this quite a lot, and the idea of do you go for value if you're able to all the time? And
So then
this is like a great example of there is an argument for the Lotho to live so that the Breya can stay in the
our third dock side of the game.
There we go. Okay, so we've got an extra Bowmaster. Wow, this is going to be, everyone's going to have to stay on top of all of these triggers. We've got so many happening now.
So, and I don't know if you saw just before, Thromdogs accidentally leaked their hand a little bit, and I believe I saw an Underworld Breach in their hand. Which,
that's not
that's
the
an
card that
interesting
you
one.
want to have in this kind of board state without something to work the combo out, I think.
No, with a Nezahall out and an OBM and a Ristic study, it's maybe not where you want to be. But I think this right now we're seeing what Nabi maybe go for it.
Yeah.
Where
We've had
this
Craig
dockside
jump into the
count is
chat
quite
too,
high.
saying that he got a lucky win already. Wow. Insanely
Oh, that was
fast. Very
quick.
cool.
Nice and quick.
Well
Nice,
done.
Craig.
Well done.
Yeah.
This Curse Mirror has just been a card that has impressed me more and more.
Oh, sorry. Speaking of this cursed mirror, did you see what
The
it cloned?
Bowmaster.
Yeah, very interesting choice here. Well, I think that tells me a lot about what Nabi's hand, that they don't have the ability to go for it now, so instead want to lock down this game themselves.
I mean, it is possible that they just don't see the value in the dockside, given that it's a reasonably low count. If the treasures get popped, we're looking at 1, 2, 3. Maybe that's the case of he can just make enough Stormkiln triggers and the dockside count isn't enticing enough.
Yeah. I think he could have got to 4 to be able to cast the Sakashima, but I agree. Maybe that's not where he wants to be right now. Though the question is, it's no longer an OBM, so really it was a 3-mana removal spell.
Yeah.
Which tells me, actually, that what Nabi's trying to set up for the win, and they couldn't do it through an OBM.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty scary for any creature-based sort of deck that's going to be storming off.
Yeah, when your commanders are 2/2s, drawing 4 cards is sort of arbitrary in that deck, and that's how you lose your commanders and fizzle. But now we've got the problem of how do we beat Alex just spinning Kinnan every turn? Alex has drawn, I believe, somewhere around 6 cards off this Nezahall at this point.
Wow, yeah.
Maybe it's not
this
quite
is
that high.
This is what we spoke to earlier, in that it's so difficult to tell what your actual biggest threat could be. If Tom's hand structure is, 2 free spells or two key storm pieces, then obviously he's in a good spot with the board texture. But there's just so many terrifying board states, particularly for Thrumdog and Gripen from their perspective, that they're just not going to be able to threat assess with any amount of ease as to what they need to be doing and who they need to be stopping. Whether Tom was unable to make a deal with Grypen or something like that to be targeting down the Nether Hall or something like that. And here we have the Kogler. So here's me mentioning the high card quality of all of the big flips, and then we get probably the biggest goofy card of the big flips with Kogler.
Yeah. What do we think we're killing here? It's something tells me it's Storm Kiln. That's probably what I'd be going for. Leave the Croc out.
Is it a
Remove
fight
the
or
actual.
a destroy on ETB? I always get
It's
confused.
it fights a creature on ETB and destroys an enchantment or artifact on attack.
Mm.
And so here's the question: what would you have gone for? Would you have gone for the Croc or the Storm Kiln?
I have no idea. In truth, I've played in for one tournament and one tournament only, and I was not on anything this kind of build, and that was also 2 years ago that I played that tournament. I don't have anywhere near enough experience to know what the right thing to do is. I'm sure Alex does. So Alex down to 5 cards in hand. Grypen at 3, Tom at 3, and I think Thrumdog is probably sitting about 5.
I believe it's going to be 5 after the draw step.
Yeah.
So I think in this situation, I would have gone for the Stormkill Artist over the Croc, mostly because Stormkill Artist allows mana to be built up as you go, regardless of how your flips go. Whereas Croc can just be recast. Stormkill is the only piece, only thing of its kind. There's no duplicates. There's no replacements. And as we saw, Nezahal swinging at Grypen, and Grypen throwing Dockside under the bus, which is quite an interesting move. I don't know
Who
if they're
smells the
trying to
reanimate?
Yeah, is it a reanimate? Is it trying to preserve the life total for this Nors? And if you look at Thrumdog's turn, they just cast Brayer and passed.
Yeah, Spooky Time to be effectively almost tapping out completely. One treasure.
And they paid the 1 for the Ristic, very responsible. So, question is, what now for Grypen? If I'm in their seat, I'm going, well, we need to deal with Alex, but once Alex is dealt with, we're good. This game's in the bag. But dealing with Alex is no arbitrary feat. With a 7/6 and a 7/7, both removing enchantments. There's Ristic Study probably not long for this world. And this Nezahal hitting for 7 each turn. It's still going to be high alert from Alex.
Yeah, absolutely.
But otherwise, Grypen's probably my second favorite for this pod. So you can never count out a Croc Sakashima nor a Brayer. Brayer being obviously on the field now, so now Thrumdog just needs to assemble an infinite mana outlet.
So that was the confusing part for me. I was unclear on if we're not on the Auriok salvages, what is our primary loop? Is it just Kitten or Hullbreaker?
We have Kitten, Hullbreaker. We also have our Breach line. We obviously are still on Thoracle Consult. Now I see a Spellseeker, but I don't see an Ephemerate, so we're not on the Spellseeker line. We have Intuition. So I guess the argument is that Auriok Salvages on its own is potentially just a dead card.
There could be the Spellseeker for Gamble, given that we know that there's a Breach in his hand. So he gets means, assembles half the trick, has a Gamble in the wind perfectly.
And another Dockside, which now tells us why Watanabe didn't clone the Dockside earlier. And now that there are 3 additional artifacts on Thrumdog's board between Brayer and the 2 Thopters, this counts pretty high.
8 before any treasures get cracked.
I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're right, 8. Between 6 and 8, depending on how they feel about their treasures.
Hmm.
So it looks like Alex might have a counterspell in his hand. No? If you're sitting at Alex's seat, do you fire off the counterspell here?
So tricky. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Force of Vigor with the fight. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's a fight MDFC.
Yeah, Bridgeworks Battle. Yes, Craig, Breya costs 2 to sacrifice, as Squee points out. Force of Vigor. So I assume our targets are Ristic Study and Breya? Or Cursed Mirror? Probably Ristic Study and Breya trying to lower this dockside counter bit, but we got a
Ooh.
Force of Negation
Oh,
protecting the
brutal.
Breya.
Brutal. Protecting
Pitching the
Spellseeker?
Spellseeker. I'm going to make sure that Spellseeker goes to exile.
Hmm.
Given we know they have a breach in hand. Or at least I think they have breach in hand. Quickly jump in their pod and tell them that. I'll be right back. There we go.
Lovely.
So dockside resolve. So this tells me a lot. Neither treasures are being cracked here, so both Gryphon and Thrumdog value this mana insanely high.
Hmm.
And I think
This could
my
be a
assumption.
situation where maybe the two 4-color players are not particularly experienced. I've not played with either of these players, so I could be totally wrong with this. But having played with many Krark-Sakas in my time and knowing just how terrifyingly easy it is for them to go off, it could be that Tom might just sneeze the victory here.
Absolutely, though, with the Ristic Study and Nezahal, it makes it a bit more complicated.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I believe Tom only has 2 cards in his hand. And the one thing I've learned about Krark-Saka is it really needs a card draw spell to go off.
Absolutely.
So we're about to find out, does he have it all? You can see a little bit of
2
politicking. Don't worry,
cards.
guys. Only 2 cards. I don't have it. You don't need to worry. I'm just setting up.
All right, now I'm just going to cast Peek, and we've got 3 copies. I'll get to see everyone's hands.
And I'll make 3 treasures, and I'll draw 3 cards and run it again. And now all the blue players are looking at the counterspells in their hand, going, how important is this? And now Gryphon player is asking the most important question of all, do you pay the 1? And Watanabe seems to need every piece of mana. So, this is terrifying. I think this is the final turn cycle of the game. What do you think?
I think we've got a good chance.
Rite
Okay,
of
so
Flame. All
Rite
right.
of Flame is doing nothing without this being an absolute gun of a card.
And just heard news from one of the pods. Pod 4, Vile takes the win.
While on CEDH today. Very cool.
Yeah.
So out of our 4 pods, we've probably got just another 2 aside from this.
So, and Pod 5 also just got taken by Christopher. Who I believe, let's have a quick look. He's on Kenrith. And just taking a look at the other pod that's going on, we've got a heck of a game happening in the other pod. With a Rogsai with a grinding station on field, a Niv Mizzet with a Ristic who's resolving a gamble, a Sisse with a Dockside and Fish in play, and a Sithis, which that board state is impossible to evaluate at the best of times. But back to the game at hand.
Very interesting. So we saw a Sword to Plowshares on the Kinnan, and then there's a whole drawing.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite interesting. I've said it a few times already, but I still just really struggle to make decisions when I have two of these non-deterministic decks in ahead of me in player position, and every single decision that you make, every piece of removal counterspell that you deploy, it's always just, it feels so tricky and challenging to determine whether you've made the right call, and you've got to avoid those outcome focused thinking feelings.
Your what ifs, your
Mm,
results oriented thinking, for
mm,
sure. I agree. These decks, you have to learn a lot about them before you can beat them properly.
absolutely.
Because if you over focus them, you're handing the game to someone else. But if you don't pay enough attention to them, they'll run away with it when you're not looking.
I think if I was in Thrumdog's seat or Gripen's seat in this pod, there's a good chance I would just give it to the four color player by accident, because I would be trying to work with that four color player, and I would probably give them too much of it. And eventually, I would hang myself with it.
And I think that's what we're seeing, where Gripen's 6 cards in hand with this Ristic that just keeps making mana. And Thromdog, only a couple cards in hand, but I believe we still know there's a Breach in that hand. Breyer on board, I wouldn't be... The only thing they're missing is maybe a bit of card draw to really tip them over the edge.
It's quite tricky.
Meanwhile, now Alex's Kinnan costs 6 mana, so it's pretty much the whole turn to rebuild, and Krak Saka, with only 2 cards in hand, one of which is a Rite of Flame, so we know it's not doing very much.
And in answering to the question between Squee and Violin, yes, I shaved the stubble. Typically, I shave when I have to get on the camera a bit, because my beard's so patchy, and it's something I'm self-conscious about. So there you go.
Well, I think you look great. It's good.
Thanks.
Looking lovely on camera.
Thank you.
All right. What do we got going on? Untap from Thrumdog, it seems. And Alex holding up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Very suspicious. Yeah, wow. So we're looking at this earlier. Looking at Thrumdog's deck list in particular. Normally they use, obviously, your breach lines are free. Your you can start your intuition piles because you're in Jeskai colors as well. You can do some animate dead loops. But I believe this player is not on the Aureox Salvages line, which some decks are on.
That's the I guess the question that Viles asked, in that why are we playing this over Timna Crom? That's I guess one of the things that I am most curious about. I'm very eager to see if there is something that we're missing, maybe something that's like more complicated to do with Breya that is enabled. Obviously, having the outlet in the command zone versus having the the card advantage with Timna Crom. Maybe they just wanted an extra card in the 99. You never know. It's just.
But for sure. But I do think even just the ability to run Hullbreaker Horror as a 1-card win con can be enough of a reason. Or even just saying, hey, I'm not playing Blue Farm. I'm not the boogeyman.
Yep.
Politics go a long way. I'm just looking at time. We're just past halfway time in round, but game seems to be going pretty quickly.
Yeah, this game is not long for the world.
And it appears so. Thrumdog appears to have just untapped and passed, if I'm looking correctly, holding up 2 Brayer activations secretly. Nothing to scoff at. No ability to remove any creature as necessary. So Gripin showing us a fetch. Yeah,
I
100%
agree,
Vile.
Vile.
I'm a big fan of just sitting back and letting the game happen around you while you draw cards. But I think this turn right here is about to be a big one. And I think Alex trying to draw a card, but I'm not sure what for. Unless they've said they're casting a One Ring. Gripin's just playing my favorite sort of Magic.
The interesting thing you mentioned, Squee, player isn't actually on either of those cards, so that's the part that's confusing to me, and I won't judge because almost no experience with Breya, but yeah, it's quite interesting.
And it's looking like Watanabe is getting another turn.
Mm.
I truly thought this was the last turn cycle.
I've got a One Ring down and a Ristic Study. Could you name a more blue farm board state than what we're looking at right now? I don't believe so.
You know, this is all a man needs in life. Ristic, One Ring, OBM. This is my perfect board state. I don't know what to tell you. I don't care about winning the game. I care about
Drawing cards
cards.
is yeah, the primary purpose for playing CEDH. Oh, that was the last card revealed. We've got an Essence Flux, which is a flicker. It gives a counter. So we could have infinite mana, or what is effectively infinite mana here.
And worth noting, Essence Flux can target an artifact, can it not? No, it can't. Only creatures. Interesting. So we're about to have a lot of mana, but what do we do with it?
Seeing a chord calling, I would imagine. Yep, there we go. We've got the chord. 4x is 3, I would expect. So this would be a Manglehorn, is probably my take. Let's pull up the list. Manglehorn would shut off that infinite mana, although I'm not necessarily sure you'd want to.
Yeah, there's a bit of a big question mark around that.
Especially given that we know that the last card in hand is a Rite of Flame. I'm not seeing a draw outlet, but so I believe I missed a Breya activation at some point.
Or both Brayer activations. Oh no, one Brayer token to kill the other one to drop the dockside count. Interesting.
Keeping the treasure though. Yeah, so we've got the Manglehorn. Curse Mirror going to the bin just in case there's further shenanigans.
So, what do we think they're talking about? Trying to discuss. And so we resolved our flips. We got one flicker off, I believe, and one return to hand. Your classic split for your Krakashima. Some Stormkill made some treasures. But this Manglehorn's doing a lot of work. We know the two cards in hand are Rite of Flame and Essence Flux. So Watanabe can make a lot of mana, but, all dressed up and nowhere to go.
And we're still in the end step here, right? There's just a case of this being
Maybe the
make as
plan
much
is
mana before going off, hoping to top deck
Yeah.
a good card.
make a bunch of mana, and there's a line maybe where at the end of it you flicker the Sakashima and copy the Nezahal.
Oh wait, I see the line.
What's the line? Run us through it.
You make a whole bunch of, you make as much mana as you can right now, or even in your own turn, and then you flicker the Saka to make a Breya and sacrifice your treasure tokens. That's where that's how you see a win assembled, card draw pending.
It's very
Dependent.
non-deterministic though.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's truly, we sometimes say Sakashima is non-deterministic, but a lot of time it's arbitrary. But with this one, you need to make, 4 treasures for 3 damage.
He does have the Rite of Flame though, so that's like another way. He could, he's only at with 2 copies, it's what is it? 12% of the time, 25% of the time you don't get your Rite of Flame back.
Interesting game.
Okay, so he's opted to just flicker the dockside.
Well, that's what you want to do
Which
first,
makes
right?
sense. Yeah, you
Make as much dockside as
yeah.
you can. Because we need to make enough treasures that we can shoot them on our opponents. So 11 plus 10 plus 13 is 34. So we need 68 treasures minimum, plus the mana to crack 2 at a time. So ideally, 100 treasures would get us there. It's a lot of flips you need to win. Especially since this Essence Flux isn't going mana positive right now. Makes it quite hard. Oh, but this is what we forgot. You can copy the Breya and kill the Manglehorn.
And then you've just got to get 150-50 to reflicker the
Sakashima back into a Croc.
Back to a Croc, and then you do your better odds to have a go. Okay, so we're seeing another Breya activation.
With 2 artifacts on the second.
Squeeze says that Sakashima can only do your stuff. Is that correct? There you go. Well, we are wrong.
Oh. You control. You're so right. Wow, okay, you can see we don't play against this deck all that much.
I've won have never resolved the Sakashima of 1,000 Faces.
Is that true? Don't you play it in
In Siste?
Sisse?
No, Sakashima the Imposter, and then Sakashima of the Thousand Faces. I want to try with Leyline of the Singularity, but I don't
Oh
have
god.
I don't have a foil of Sakashima, so it's not going to get tried until I have a foil.
Right. Of
Yeah,
course. The important things in life.
that's it. You know my priorities. I can't flicker. I can't use a foil Leyline of Singularity. With a non-foil Sakashima. That seems awful.
No, you couldn't possibly.
All right,
Yeah,
so
here's
we
our
got
Essence Block Loop.
one more Essence Flux. Okay, so there's got to be a lot of table talk happening right now, obviously. And this is the scenario that we referred to earlier where it's so difficult to really peg where your crack player is going to be.
100%. And, to talk to Squee in the chat saying literally just feeding Kinnan. And while that's true, Kinnan only has 2 outs in the deck that do anything. Force of Negation and Force of Will. And I believe one of those has already been used. And so there's actually not a lot to worry about from Kinnan. If you're going for the win, you don't really care if you feed the Kinnan. Now feeding the blue farm, who has 2 mana open and Heuristic Study, that's a bit more of a problem.
Michael, wishing everyone good luck. Thanks very much, Michael.
Top left of their board is a Stormkiln Artist.
Of course. We're in the end step, so some of this is going to be discarded by. Well, we're not in the. Yeah, we're in the end step, so there's still got to be a cleanup for Gripen, so he's just going to keep his 7. Doesn't look like he's even discarding that many cards.
No,
Just
just
2.
some mana.
Yep. Wow.
And yeah, there's no win here yet, Squee. We still haven't drawn for turn.
Right, and we missed the Mind Break trap on the Essence Flux, so that's pretty interesting in terms of.
But a big play, but there's still the Rider Flame we know about. But Watanabe just passing straight through. Didn't get the draw they needed. You know what they needed to draw? They need to draw an Archmage Emeritus. That would have been off to the races.
I'm not sure we had the. Okay, it looks like he's resolving that now. Alex has got to be a bit tighter with his sequencing there. Players would have been in their own right to declare a mistrigger on that as a saga if we were in a competitive rel environment.
Very much so. But now we've got a Metamorph on the stack. What do we think we're copying?
I mean, Dockside is a terrible card, and what can Kin do with lots of mana?
Yeah, well, so it's a pretty gross Dockside. However, I think Watanabe is going to crack all 23 of those treasures. because we know what Nabi has a Rite of Flame in hand, so mana's not really the worry right now. And the card they drew doesn't do anything. Doesn't draw cards, doesn't do what they needed to do. So it looks like Dockside count is actually pretty low. It's only about 4. Yeah, there we go. All 23 off.
They are all.
So I believe our final count, sorry, is, pardon me, 5. 5 treasures. And this Kinnan does cost 6 mana, so it's not not the easiest thing in the world to cast. It is, however, uncounterable. But Alex does have a million cards in hand, so he might just cast a big idiot on his own. No, Kinnan, there we go. Still available 8 mana, so there is a flip if wanted. Heuristic Study trigger in response, and Alex pays very responsible. I don't know if I would have been. Oh no, he lets him draw. He realizes he needs the 8th, 7th, and 8th mana for an activation. Oh, how do we feel this game is going, Scoot? Who do we think's looking the best right now? It's sort of been swinging back and forth.
It's quite tricky, I think. The longer this game goes, the less likely I think we will be to be able to predict. Okay, we've got a Eldritch. That is
creature is sacking.
a pretty good card.
It's getting offered, but there does need to be a creature sacked. Wondering what the creature is. I'm going to quickly jump into that lobby and double check, making sure they're playing it out properly. Cool, there we go. So the dockside is sacrificed. And so there's an offer you can't refuse, getting 2 more treasures.
Got the 3 treasures. Can't quite make out what that card is.
Is that the Lurking Predators or whatever it's called? The enchantment? I believe that is Lurking Predators. So Lurking Predators, 4 green for an enchantment. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put it on the battlefield. Otherwise, you may put that card on the bottom. So that plus Nezahol means Alex can quite nicely manipulate the top of his deck until he starts putting creatures into play.
That is terrifying.
Yeah, that's really bad for the table.
I think I'd rather an Eldritch at this point.
Yeah.
I suspect that the writing's on the wall with this one, so if we're not going to see a win with Breya or Blue Farm, we're probably not going to see another turn. It's the untap going to be pretty preposterous.
Winning through this Lurking Predator plus Nezahol is pretty hard for both those decks unless they put a silence on the stack, and even then. And they are getting close to time.
We've got the Manglehorn.
Yeah, they're just more stacks pieces will appear, and so even a silence might not be enough. Why did Alex just pick up some cards? Or did I just miss? Are we responding in the end step? Maybe that's it. Alex went to discard a bit too hastily.
Mm.
End step Adnors? Here we go. Oh no, doesn't Nezahol say you have no maximum hand size? Nezahol does in fact say you have no maximum hand size, so he might have gone to discard before realizing he does not need to.
Breach goes on the
Breach on the
stack.
stack. So this is the breach we've known about since he flashed it around turn 2 or 3. And so this breach is a risky one between Nezahol and Lurking Predators and Ristic Study. This is a tough one to get through. I think without a silence, this doesn't get anywhere. Command Tower going to the bottom. I think that's Alex trying to signal, hey, I have no mana, I don't have any free counter spells, this is a you problem.
Except for the one that he just drew.
Well, yeah, but we gotta ignore that one. Yeah, I agree, Vile. This is some hubris in casting this breach into this current board state. Manglehorn, Nezahol, Ristic Study, Lurking Predators.
And if you're Tom right now, you're pretty happy with how this is all playing out.
Oh, if you're Tom, you're hoping this game takes another 20 minutes and you get a draw.
No, I think there's a world where, like, the harder that his opponents go, the more likely he is to be able to do something.
Yeah, that's true. So exiling 3 cards from the graveyard, Thrum, casting for 1 mana. Harbinger of the Sea straight into play. Oh, it's perfect. This Gemstone Caverns now makes colored mana. And destroying his own Urza Saga while he's at it. That's very funny.
Oh, wow.
What did Thrumdog cast? Did Thrumdog just cast a Lotho and pass? Was this the most value breach of all time?
It seems like it.
This breach just gave Alex a stacks piece. I don't know how I feel about it.
Just tightening around everyone's neck.
Alright, Cripen. Show us the win. Show us why Blue Farm. Some people say it's the best deck in the format.
Play
Island
an
for
island.
turn. Yeah. With access to only blue mana and a Mox Diamond, it might be a bit hard. Oh, of course. This is...
It's happening.
Here we go. Thoracle Consort, as Garfield intended. Oh, there's Fierce Guardianship in Alex's hand that I just saw.
He keeps flashing. Okay, so Alex has just passed. So the only thing I can think is that he has endurance in his hand.
No, I believe he's trying to resolve his triggers first. Might have endurance as well, that's true. No, here we go. That Fierce Guardianship slipping to the front of his hand every time. There it is.
I mean, he just needs one counter spell. He's drawn a lot of cards.
And he has 3 blue open.
He is very calm and collected for someone, so I expect there to be a counterspell here.
3 blue mana. Show us Fierce Guardianship in return. 2 triggers from Alex.
Glen Alendra doesn't even save. Yeah. We've got no mana to activate.
Cyclonic Rift probably being put on the bottom as it's not particularly useful. Unless Alex has a Force in his hand, but no blue card. Bottoming it and then drawing a card. And Fierce counters Fierce. Alex desperately trying to say, I don't have anything left. I know I have 30 cards in my hand, but please, guys, someone back me up. And Thromdog here with the Lone Treasure and the Mystical Tutor. Now, Mystical Tutor is a good card. Oh, he's trying to give Alex another couple triggers. That's what's going on here. I was going to say, Mystical Tutor does not, in fact, tutor to your hand. It tutors to the top of your library. And with no way to draw a card on board,
Tom's
looks
picking
like the
up his
writing's...
hand.
Yeah. Tom might cast a Flame just to prove a point. Actually, Tom can't cast a Flame because he doesn't have access to red mana.
I believe it's also a sorcery, so...
Oh, well, that also doesn't help.
And see, this is the funny situation that you can be in when you're the blue farm player, and you've got this seemingly forever Oracle.
Oh, and he's hitting them with that. I had all these. Had all of these.
There we go.
Mental misstep, Adnors. And wow, what a game.
That is a very, what's the word? Typical is the wrong word. It's defining, maybe.
Characteristic. It shows off why Blue Farm's so popular.
We're going to jump into the last game now.
Yeah, so I've been checking this one out periodically, and this game, crazy.
Yeah.
Look at this board state.
We're not quite there yet.
Put it up on stream, but absolutely bonkers. Archetypical, yeah, it's a good word file. Yeah, Craig, you're right. Card advantage is strong, though neither commander was cast that game. It's worth noting.
Right, so we've got
Duskmourn spoilers up.
Oh my gosh, we have the dog thing in today.
So let's go from the top. Rograk is revealing their hand. They've got a Necropotent in play, a Rhystic Study, both commanders, a Grinding Station under the hand that you can't see, and this is their hand. Dockside, Last Chance, Lotus Petal, Necro, Defense Grid. And you might be wondering, why is he showing off his hand? It's because he's being git probed by the Niv Mizzet player, who has a Niv Mizzet in play, a Rhystic Study in play, Displacer Kitten in play, but I believe both Displacer Kitten and the other creature are Elks, because if you look at Ira's board, Ira has both Penrith Transformation and the new Trickster Elk, targeting both of Min's creatures. Now, quickly back on Ira's board. Ira also has a Root Maze and a Luminarch's Ascension putting pressure on this game. And last but not least, Joshua Fopp with a Saheeli, with a Kunaros. I can't quite tell what that green-black creature is, but you can't see it. But if you look closely at his exile, there's a Dockside, because Joshua had cast a Dockside earlier in this game when I had a quick squiz. This game is absolutely insane. I don't know how no one's won yet, quite frankly.
So have we got that Niv is Niv, but the other two things have things over the top of them, and they're
Elks. 3/3 Elks with no abilities.
Interesting.
Who's your favorite looking at this board? It's worth noting, only 9 minutes left in the round.
Hmm.
Alex saying that game was rough, and Alex loving Niv's position. Niv's in a pretty good spot with a Ristic and a Niv mid. But having to pass the turn is not where you want to be. And access only to colorless mana. Rogsai looks good, I agree, but I don't think they haven't been able to close out the game. I don't know if they'll see another turn. I don't know if they can close out the game through what Ira's got going on. Joshua putting a Sisay on the stack, and this is sort of where alarm bells start ringing. But yeah, I don't know if Rogsai can win through Root Maze and Kunaros. And this Necro Dominance, pretty big non-bow with the grinding station.
Oh, it's a grinding station's mill though, right? Does Necro Dominance care about everything or just
Necro Dominance
discard?
puts everything into exile, as opposed to Necropotence. Everything goes directly to exile. It's not even a trigger.
There you go.
Yeah, and as Val pointing out, and as we just saw, Joshua not quite there yet, slightly short on mana, so I had to pass the turn. But also, we've got to point out, this Root Maze is stopping a lot of what Joshua might be doing. Though Dockside is already gone, so it's actually probably already on Creature and Planeswalker lines anyway. Over to Ira. Ira, a lot of mana, a lot of stacks. Can start making 4/4 Angels with Luminarch Ascension, but there's only 7 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, he would have to make a lot in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
It's a bold strategy, Carton. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah. And there's always a world where Min just plays a Curiosity and just wins.
Ira on the classic CRT solution aspect ratio.
I love a good 4x3.
Yeah. Works for postcards.
And I don't remember what was in Rogsai's hand. Ooh, survival of the
survival.
fittest. What do you think he's getting? Put your bets in. I think Elish Norn.
I mean, we could see, the Elish Norn loyal retainers.
I don't think Ira's on loyal retainers.
Surely.
What does it do?
Well, that combo that I just mentioned. You put your Elish Norn in the bin and then you reanimate it with loyal retainers. Got another Enchantress, Aragothian.
Aragothian Enchantress. It's a good one.
It's got Shroud. Players have their hands resigned to the storm turn.
Whip Silk.
Oh gosh.
Wait, no, that's not Whip Silk. That's Miri's Guile.
Yep. Another one.
Enchantress All-Star Sylvan Library at home. During your upkeep, look at the top 3 cards of your library. During your upkeep, you look at the top 3 cards of your library and rearrange them in any order. It's Sylvan Library at home. And then pass. Back to Rogsai. And Rogsai looks at their hand, defeated, accepting that they're never seeing the end of this game. But it's worth noting that the final player, when it hits time in round, gets to finish their turn. And I think there are certain decks in this pod that can win on a final turn. Mostly looking at Niv and Sisay. With Sithis typically, from my understanding, needing to go to combat to win. And Rogsai probably 2 stacks out to see the end of this game. So Silas going the way of the dodo for Deadly Rollick. What are we targeting here? Niv Mizzet, maybe? Or maybe they want to target the Displacer Kit and let men free. Maybe they're going for the Kunaros here or trying to set something up. Not quite sure.
We've seen quite a few wonky pods today, haven't we?
Yeah, the Aussie meta, it's a bit like that, huh?
Like every match that we've spectated has not been something that I would necessarily look forward to playing in. They all look terrifying and fighting on very different axes, all having to kind of converge around controlling in the middle, I guess.
This is my bread and butter. This is where I want to sit. Me, a Ristic study in a bad time. That's how I want my games of Magic to go.
Got 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock.
Nearly there. CEDH of Lot got their Death Right exiled off this deflecting slot. What happened to both of Rograk's creatures? That's what I'm missing. How did they both die? Did Niv Mizzet ping them? Is that what happened? Jesus, do you see that grip from Niv Mizzet?
It is something. Ira drawing cards for some reason. Not sure why, but
Ira, I think, had an Argothian Enchantress and Sithis trigger on the stack that we're waiting to resolve.
oh, are we still in Ira's turn?
Sure are. And Ira going to beats. Big beats. Punchies.
Rog starting his turn. There's
And I
1
think this
minute.
might be, yeah, last turn of the round. If Min knows what's good for them, they're going to try to get this Rog player to speed through their turn. Did that player just draw a card for turn? Oh, might have to go shout at them for that. Not that I think it matters. Defense grid. And so we saw their hand earlier, but I don't think it matters. Now, I can't remember. Is Defense Grid one of the old artifacts that needs to be untapped?
I couldn't tell you, I'm afraid.
No, it does not. And nearly timing around, but I might go let the players know in 2-1.
Bit of an anticlimax as far as exciting games go.
All right.
So
And I'll let them know that timing round. All right. Let's see if Zay can put something together, but I'm not confident. I'm pretty low on this. With a Root Maze in play, I'm not, and a Kunaros. Here comes the Thoracle. Flusterstorm countering. Is this all? What is happening? When is this? Is this in their turn, right? Oh, they must have drawn off Ristic Study.
Mm.
not for turn. But my question is, what are we fighting over? Yeah, interesting game.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain what's going on here.
Might be the border on the wind we missed? Or an immersion zone, maybe? Zane might think this dockside is online. What just countered this defense grid? That's what I'm missing.
Is that a force of will in Sisei's?
Oh, that's where it was.
Yeah.
Force of Will and Sisei's.
I thought that might have been a mystical tutor, but now that I'm looking at the art again.
And so Zane casting a dockside, maybe not realizing there's a root maze in play. And Ira moving Sithis over, so it's very clear that root maze is there. And Ira's like, you can have your 10 tap treasures for all I care. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 tap treasures. Yeah, Craig, similar sentiment. I don't miss playing against root maze.
I find the hardest thing with Root Maze and its kin is the slight overlap between the effects, but the differences. So your Thalia, your Root Maze, your Archon of Emeria, and then this, your this the new 2-drop is really good.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like
Another one.
there's enough overlap for the effect to be super useful, but because they all do slightly different things, it can be tricky to navigate because you'll be thinking that you're playing around a rule of law that doesn't exist or something like that.
100%. You gotta have so much mental capacity to keep track of everything that's going on. That's one of the hardest parts of CDH, right? Keeping track of all the onboard effects. That's step one. Step two is keeping track of all the revealed information in hand. And then on top of that, step three is keeping track of all the unrevealed information about people's hands. When people subtly reveal that they don't have counter spells, or they subtly reveal they're setting up to tutor something and not do something else. And these are things you can learn as you get better at CDH, but so much mental capacity needed just to keep track of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And I think players just doing one final look at their hands until they call this one a draw. And Zane realizing this Otawara should have been used on this root maze beforehand, kicking themselves, but happens to the best of us. Zane saying, here's my Thoracle, here's my gamble, I had all these.
Yeah, looks like this one's chalked up to a draw, guys.
Yeah.
We'll just wait for players to report, and then I'm sure the next round will be posted very soon. We're going to jump off camera for just a moment, get ourselves a drink, we'll be back soon. And we are back.
And all our pods are off to the races, it seems like. Which pod are we spectating? What do we feel like?
We are watching pod 1.
Pod 1 it is.
Now, 3 out of 4 of these players, you and I have a little bit of experience playing against, don't we, Cooley? Just a smidge.
A little bit is maybe understating it. Yeah, the 5 of us, myself, Scoop, Vile, Craig, and Ira, we sort of banded together to try get some tournament grinding and tournament prep together in past for US tournaments, try to put up good results, and we, sort of since then have kept grinding and
it's
organized, take the initiative together.
It's definitely been a great little practice pod, getting everything, I guess, sorted. Given the diversity of the types of decks that we play, with the exception of Vile and myself, there's actually quite a lot of diversity between each player, and I guess you could say that Aaron and I are just carbon copies in terms of what we like playing. But so it's I guess there's going to be a lot of things going on that are going to be feeling familiar for us, and hopefully we can observe how things are going. And Gripen's perspective, I mean, granted, he's on a pretty good deck. It's
not I don't know. I think Sisei's washed. Overrated. Sithis is the new hotness. And as we know, Ira, for those who don't know, prominent name in CEDH for writing several primers, including Sithis, Edgar Markov, and maybe more notably the Magda primer. And I think 1 or 2 others, though I don't remember. And Craig, mixing it up with Nujile, he normally loves himself some Team of Pirates, but thought he wanted to try something new, though still relatively aggressive deck. Pretty fast. And Vile and you love the bread and butter Sisei. We have Gripen from the last round playing Blue Farm, Team Necrom. Looks like we're still resolving mulligans with Vile, trying to decide if he wants to keep. Looks to be like everyone on 7s. And Ira writing down notes on cue cards. I thought he was kidding, but I guess he has leftover cue cards. Vile off with a Bloodstained Mire fetch into a turn 1. Oh no, Lotus Petal.
Pedal first. If I'm in Vile's position, I'm feeling very, very happy about the allocation of the board and turn order. If he's got a turn 1 dork in pos 1, 3 mana access, potentially 4 mana, excuse me, next turn, it pretty much gives him the availability to deploy both the proactive engines and any of his reactive, interaction pieces that also progress his board state. So it'll be interesting to see which half of the hand he's kept, or it could just be that he's going to just turbo out of Dockside and rely on Ira to pump up his numbers.
Yeah, for sure. And as long as he can get ahead of Ira's stacks pieces, he'll be all good. And it looks like Gripen casting a Dark Ritual
Ooh.
into a Felwar Stone into a turn 1 Crom, hoping he doesn't catch a Mindbreak Trap right now. Does he keep deploying Mana Rocks? Is he's realizing here we go. Turn 1 Crom. Good spot to be. And Felwar Stone making the red needed. Jeweled Lotus for blue, and the 1 black floating to make one of the colorless. And Crom resolves.
So that would put him at 4 cards in hand? 3
I
cards.
believe so. 4 cards, because he kept 7, went up to 8, and then deployed 4 cards. Good turn 1. And he's probably going to be back up to 6 cards by his turn. My guess. And shout out to Token Forge in the chat. Thank you for the commentary. And we want to thank you for your awesome token packs in the playmat. Very excited to see that playmat in person. Hopefully from one of our winners.
Very cool.
And we got turn 1 Imperial Seal from Craig, setting up for an explosive turn 2, I can imagine. Probably getting something along the lines of a Mana Crypt. Ira playing Witch Enchanter on the backside. I don't know what it's called. Witch something or other. The new MDFC White Land, Witch Blessed Meadow into a land tax. Very slow and methodical play from everyone on turn 1, other than Ripen. Second land from Vile, and does he just jam us to say, or does he have something better to be doing with his time? Looks like he has something better to be doing with his time. Ristic Study, very nice. Man after my own heart.
There we go.
All roads lead to card draw engines. Very nice, Ristic and pass. And this Ristic's about to do a lot of work. With Cray sealing for what I can only imagine to be Mana Acceleration, and Ira, a deck that regularly likes to cast multiple cards per turn. We're going to get a few Ristic triggers before people can start affording to pay for it. And Griper now in the difficult spot of figuring out who to give this 1/1 to, where we have 3 Gaia's Cradle decks.
Oh dear.
Yeah, oh dear indeed. Turn 2 Timna, and then we're gonna. And he seems to have given it to Ira. I don't know who I would have given it to. Who do you think you would have given the 1/1 to?
Probably Ira. Terrible player, terrible colors.
I think my only worry there is
Ira
is the most likely to tutor up a Gaia's Cradle, while the other players might have more strict color requirements. Ira can more aggressively go for that Gaia's Cradle, not needing to worry about your 3rd, 4th, 5th colors.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we're looking at a good colors already from Vile, though, and he does have a Gaia's Cradle tutor in the command zone, so I think he would be the likely for me to get it. I think I'd probably be happy enough giving it to Ira or to Craig.
As we saw, Gripen casting Timna and going back to 4 cards and sitting there happily with 2 card advantage commanders. Really showing the power of Blue Farm, of Timna Cram, where all you need to do is cast your commanders and you'll make it work. Ira jokingly tapping his land tax, saying trigger, Vile drawing off Ristic. Turn 2, the 1 ring of a fetch that is still to be resolved, and that'll trigger Ristic Study and Crom, both players drawing a card and assumedly letting it resolve. Because really, after Timna, Crom, Ristic Study, what's one more value engine?
And this is that, we spoke about this a little bit in round 1, where let's say Ira's playing a different color, or even Aaron at this point. You've got one player with a Crom, one player with a Ristic Study. do you want to be cutting off your third player from having a one ring? Is that your biggest priority right now, or do you need to be focusing on deploying your own value engine and playing catch up?
100%. Because in a game like this, what are you, what's the difference between one player having a wrist, one of your opponents having a wristic, and two of them? If anything, it's a benefit for you. They can fight each other.
Mhm.
And developing your own game plan is more important. And I think it's sort of grown throughout CDH common knowledge that you don't really want to be countering the value engine unless it's the only one. Why does Vile tap his creatures opposites to his lands? I think it's because Vile has sociopathic tendencies, though I can't be sure. Look on the bright side. At least they're not at 45 degrees. They're the full 90. We have one player here today who I know loves to tap his lands at a 45. Autism Ben. But I digress. Back to the game at hand. So we've got
Yucky
everyone
poo
set up their. Yeah, I agree. Everyone's setting up their value engines. Ira putting, functionally drawing 3 cards off this land tax, which is more than anyone's drawn so far. I think this Ristic Study's now drawn 3 cards: one off Timna, one off Mana Crypt, one off One Ring.
Interestingly, Vile and Aaron's position here, he's almost happy if his opponents are just deploying all of these value engines. Wow, we've got the exploration rather from Ira.
Exploration. Yeah, lets him play another land for turn. And he pays the 1 for Ristic Study. Wow, so responsible. But I guess this exploration is investing in his future. Root Maze. Oh, beautiful. And that's gonna be a kick in the teeth for Vile. That
This is pod
turned
racing.
turned off his dreams of Dockside. But the problem with Root Maze, there's one big problem with Root Maze in this pod. Do you know what it is, Scoop?
Doesn't do creatures.
Doesn't do creatures. And if we look, Nagila, creature-based combo deck. And Gripen has 2 creatures out already there. They're going to keep smacking people. So we'll see how this Root Maze fares. But I think turning off Docksides is going to be essential for a deck like Ira's, right? As a Tivit player, I know what it's like when you feed the shit out of a Dockside. You got to run all the cards that turn off Dockside when you don't get to play it and you feed it. You got to run all the Stax pieces, your Blind Obediences, your Root Mazes, your Dauntless Dismantlers. You got to make sure your opponents don't win just by casting one little red goblin.
I've often thought as a thought exercise it would be very fun to play CEDH, but to ban Oracle, Dockside, Underworld Breach, and I'm sure we could come up with another egregious card, maybe the Wandering and Ristic Study, and just see what happens. You're kind of playing like a gimpy version of it.
I think Blue Farm becomes even better than it already is.
Yeah.
Access to 4 colors means you'll find some win cons that you care about. Still, you can run Lab Ban, you can run Jace, right?
I think Kenrith and Sisay benefit the most from it.
I think losing Dockside hurts those decks more. And Blue Farm still has access to 2 card advantage. 2 pieces of card advantage in the command zone. And with One Ring and Ristic Study gone, it really breaks the parity on card advantage. Because sort of the saving grace of competing against Blue Farm is, a lot of mid-range decks do mulligan hard for value engines.
Mm.
We got Vile casting a Relic and passing the turn, it seems.
Playing his Guy's Cradle, showing us he doesn't even need a tutor for it.
Just had it all.
Worth noting that turn would have been considerably more ugly without the Root Maze, I believe.
Oh yeah, with an untapped Guy's Cradle and untapped Relic of Progenitus, this turn would have been a lot scarier. And then now we're over to Gripen, who's about to do a bit of punchies, draw 2 cards, and
He's
figure out what's
impersonating Najila.
He sure is, but one problem with running 5 colors in this format, or 4 colors, you got to run a lot of fetch lands, and fetch lands really bad into Root Maze. Because I'm going to go out on a limb, and I don't think Vile, Gripen, or Craig run a single basic between the 3 of them.
It looks like Gripen sent one of his attackers at Craig, forgetting that the button is active.
Oh,
misplay.
ouch. That's got to hurt. Why is Craig at 29? Why is he taking so much damage? Yeah, not a single basic between the first 3 players.
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand the life totals. We've got an Imp Seal, we've got a Fetch. That's 3. We've got 1 Chrome attack. That's 7.
Yeah.
That's his first Crypt roll. Are we missing anything, chat?
So how are we feeling about this game so far? I feel like Vile and Ira are sort of in the best spot right now, but, can't count out the other 2 players. Tarnish, Citadel is land for turn, and here comes Najila. No, he's spreading his mana in a different way.
It's an ancient tomb.
Was that an ancient tomb, not a Tarnish Citadel? My bad.
A tapped one.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're in this pod, whose seat do you want to most be in?
Definitely Aaron's.
Yeah. Now, how much of that is just because you like playing Sisse?
I mean, the heuristic study and the board state for me in this situation is just like bonus. You could take away that heuristic study, and I would still be extremely happy to be in that spot. That's how strong I think his position is. I think that Sisse is going to just duck around all of the things that Ira is going to try and do. And if it was a lesser player, I would be like just not worried at all winning this game. But Ira, the that is stacked towards Sisse, and that he's only going to have what is basically going to be, Avon Miser is the only out. He is going to need to rely on the other players and politicking the other players into stopping them from wasting their energy and giving the game to Aaron, giving the game to Vile there. It's
and this Oppo from Craig about to do a lot of work.
Yeah, wow.
Turning off. And Vile seems to be vamp tutoring, trying to figure out what he wants to go for. Stopping on a meal doesn't fill me with confidence. I think he went for the Bloom Tender that was immediately after it. Now, looking at this board state again, I think I want to be Gripen. Though Craig also has a lot of card advantage and has better mana than Gripen, who currently has a fetch land, a Polluted Delta sitting there that can't do anything anymore. And this Forbidden Orchard is pretty bad, given you got a couple players who are big fans of having spare creatures. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'd rather be sitting in Craig's seat, or I've played a bit of Sithis in my time. I wouldn't be opposed to sitting in that seat, but it is a tough pod for it.
I'm quite confused. Was the Oppo cast in response to the
No,
vampiric?
Oppo was just main phase cast, and Vile responded with a vamp.
Ah. That is brutal.
Yeah. I think Craig was trying to get people before they untapped with mana, but Vile was sneakily sitting there with one untapped mana, the exact amount he needed. Now Ira needs to figure out what he wants to do to make sure he doesn't, fall out of favor in this game. Survival of the fittest, not looking so great into this opposition agent. Craig immediately going to his hand, so I think he's got to force a deal, giving that away for free. And Ira going to punchies. Getting it on Vile. Guess every point matters. Ooh, tapped fetch land and tapped basic plains. Bit of a weird one. Why do you think he deployed Survival of the Fittest? I've got some guesses. I think Ira expects Vile to deal with the opposition agent.
Yep.
And wants to have it sitting there with a green mana floating, ready to go as soon as Vile tries anything.
I like it.
Giving him access to things like Solitude, which you can tutor up for free, and Endurance.
Survival of the Fittest is such a cool card that I just wish that they would just make a cycle of Zers that had different 3-color collections that you could play.
Yeah.
A cycle of Zers. That'd be great.
I do love Survival of the Fittest, but I don't think it needs any more help. It's a pretty good card as is. I've been picking up Rocco a bit recently, and Survival does a lot of work in that deck.
Oh yeah, it does. Oh gosh. Vol should feel embarrassed.
Oh man, Vile is living
Mothering
my
Tide.
dream.
Yeah. I think Aaron's accidentally picked up his blue farm list to play this morning.
Yeah. That must have been probably what he tutored with Vamp, realizing this is a long game, not a good game. Another tapped Ancient Tomb we see, and then what do we got going on over there? Deep in the tank from Gripen.
Yeah.
7 cards in hand, full grip, but only 3 mana. Ira saying, please give me the 1/1, I'll swing it at anyone else, but Craig, no. Who's he going to? Oh, Craig getting it. Oh, started to fetch and then immediately caught themselves. And a fish. Oh,
Paying
Vile's gonna
touristic.
make so much mana. Oh, God. No, can't pay for Ristic. Doesn't have enough spare mana. And Gripen could quickly run away, it seems.
Right, so not sure what our pause is for. Could be for Gripen needing a moment.
Oh. Alright. Just taking a quick look at some of the other pods.
Yeah, I'm not too certain on the yeah.
Pod 3 and 5 already got winners, which is very exciting. And looking over at Pod 2, I'm rooting for my Tivit comrade with a Ristic study out, though he's facing down a bit of a tough pod. And Pod 4 looking like a pretty even game.
Is it worth maybe jumping in and seeing what the was?
Oh, no, you just got back.
Looks like they're back. Okay.
Craig already down to 16, not looking too healthy. Maybe needs to start trying to get some Najila activations off there. We got Najila straight in play. Ristic study trigger Arse. Really looks like Bile sitting in the driver's seat right now with the amount of mana he's about to untap with. And cards in hand.
Going for Oppo beats.
Every point matters.
That's it. Although I would have more than likely aimed it at the blue farm at this point, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Hard to say. I think Vile's in such a commanding position that you might need to take him out of it. And we got Sithis in play finally. Sanctum Weaver.
Uh-oh.
Luckily he doesn't have haste, but we do have a little bit of a problem in that Vile's making all these treasures. It's that Cheeto meme, the Cheeto holding the door together. This Oppo is doing God's work.
It's the twisty, right? The twisty that's blocking
Yeah, sorry, the twisty, exactly.
I'm on board now.
Ira just trying to deploy value engines, hoping he gets another turn. And in the meantime, Vile on tap. Command tower for turn. We're probably better see a Sisse.
That is highly likely.
So there's no white mana being tapped right now, so maybe not. Might be removing the Oppo first.
So he tapped red and won to see what the dockside count is.
Oh no, there we go. Ignoble Hierarch. Derevi! Oh, okay. This game is hop, skip, and a jump away from being over. And Gripen, seeing the writing on the raw wall, picks up their hand and shows the counterspell. Nope, decides this one isn't worth it. Ira's saying, hey, please no, don't let this happen. Or we might see a Derevi plus a Emil win. No, that doesn't work, because your lands enter tapped. No, wait, no, lands don't matter if they enter tapped. This might just be the game.
We still have the Oppo, so the only way that he could win off of an Emil is if he has Tiny Bones joins up.
Yeah.
So if he has Tiny Bones joins up an Emil, he casts the Tiny Bones. Everyone will discard a card, and then he casts the Emil and repeatedly flickers the Derevi to pay for the activations of Emil by untapping the Guy's Cradle. And then each time the Derevi enters the battlefield from the Emil flicker, he will drain everyone for one.
Yeah, I guess I'm realizing there's not actually that high of a creature count either, so...
Yeah.
So it doesn't even go mana positive.
Yeah, it has to be specifically Tiny Bones joins up and Emil. That'd be interesting.
Now that since K Morg pointed out the way Vile taps his mana, it's doing my head in watching it all tapped in different directions. Two of the lands tapped in a different direction to the other land, which is like slightly different to the ignoble. And there's the Emil. Wrong trigger. Craig showing off that he probably has something when he maybe should be trying to force Gripen to use it.
Right. My notepad.
What was that, sorry?
Waiting for Ira to put a big sad face on his notepad.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pact negation.
it's a
Meow,
pact.
meow. We got a Ristic Study trigger. Let's see if he remembers it. Yeah, there it is. And pact count as a meal. Now I know Vile's a big fan of reanimator packages. I haven't had a chance to look at his deck list, but what are the odds he just reanimates a meal?
Cauldron.
Not that high.
Cauldron is effectively next turn, but because it's tapped.
Just a tap Jeweled Lotus. He doesn't even cast his Sisei.
No need, doesn't do anything.
It's a big blocker.
I guess what it does do is scares Craig. Just a chump.
Oh, don't tap the directly the other way to the ignoble hierarch. Come on, Vile. Lavinia.
It's a pretty good one.
Is it? I've been less and less impressed by this card.
Check.
Everyone has enough lands at the moment, I think, to cast most of their spells. Ripen with 4, Craig with 3, Ira with infinite. Ira has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lands in play. Talion in play as well. Talion on 1. What do we think about that?
I think that it's the Simpsons meme. Stop it, he's already dead.
I think I personally am a big fan of putting Talion on 2.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Maybe it's a Ira deterrent.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because 2 I think is more valuable against both Craig and Gripen. But
we get rid of the whip silk and is it the frog tongue?
Great question. They're all made up.
They're
all enchantments.
They're all fake cards.
Yeah, what is it? There's Nature's Chosen, which also does stuff. Whip silk and where the fuck is it? Flickering Ward.
That's the one.
I think I might have one on my desk.
I actually have most of this deck. I've always wanted to try it, but
I just took it apart for Rocco. I thought it's time. I don't play the deck at all. And so I've got a pile of garbage on my desk, including a root maze, Nature's Chosen, you know,
So
Collector Oof.
I have a Sarah Sanctum that I bought ages ago, and I've literally never once used it.
Well, no time like the present.
I know, right? So just recapping, we've got 37 minutes to go. We've got Benedict and Ethan winning pods 3 and 5. And yeah, pretty grindy. Well, I don't even know if you can call it grindy, just a build-up sort of deck. Board state, rather.
Very, very mid-range. And yeah, with 37 minutes left in round, or just under, we're a bit past halfway. Hopefully these players start trying to make sprint for the finish line. Or was that a gamble discarded? Right, of course, because of the opposition agent. And Craig losing 3 life, going down to 9. Down to 6 from the One Ring. Not looking to see another turn, most likely, so he's got to make something happen here.
Yeah, wow. He's gotten so low. Oh, look, that land will help.
Yeah, Mana Confluence, personal favorite. And the problem is everyone is a good blocker for Nagila. Like Ira's gesturing, hey, please don't do anything stupid. Problem is, when Craig dies, this Oppo goes.
I think Craig can get away with an attack here, especially on Timnacrom.
I think so too. But I think the problem is Craig.
I can also got Ira.
He definitely can.
Thing gets blocked then, I guess.
No, Craig's discussing. So the problem is Craig needs to play a Derevi or something first, but if he plays either of those, his opponents immediately block. And he's Ira blocking the 1/1 with his O2 and taking 3, I assume.
Interesting. Is he blocking the 3/2 with?
I think he's blocking the Weaver. 1/1. He's gotta be. This Sanctum Weaver makes too much mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Can't let this thing go.
Ira's definitely got the capability of just winning here.
Yeah, Ira's got the chops, though this Talion might be doing a little work here. And we've got an Ajani second main phase. That doesn't feel like it's going to win the game.
I think that's another Italian trigger, right? Ajani's a 2/1?
Oh,
Is it a 2/2?
It's a 2/1. No, it's a 1/2, sorry.
A 1/2.
Let's see if the players catch it. And the problem being, if they catch this Talion trigger, Craig can no longer activate the One Ring, because then he's 100% dead in his upkeep. High trigger?
Looks like he missed it.
Yeah, lucky Craig. Might live another day. Nature's Chosen. Oh, okay.
Now, I'm
All
sure
right.
everyone watching, I'm sure, knows this card very well because of all of the deck that plays it. It's very good.
I've seen it played in at least one other deck, though I don't remember
Time?
which one. Yes, Tyan. So, for those at home who don't know Nature's Chosen is an enchantment aura for a green that enchants a creature you control, and you can spend 0 mana to untap enchanted creature, activate only during your turn, and only once each turn. And then you can tap enchanted creature to untap target artifact, creature, or land, activate only if enchanted creature is white and untapped, and only once each turn. So, that's all to say. Ira can tap Sithis to untap Sanctum Weaver, then untap Sithis, and then tap Sithis to untap Sanctum Weaver again. Now, the untap clause is only on Ira's turn. The tap enchanted creature to untap a different creature is once each turn, but not only on Ira's turn. So if Ira had a way to untap Sithis, he could do it multiple times. So, Ira has tons and tons of mana. Now he just needs to figure out what to do with it. Ira has access to...
I believe Vile has missed another trigger.
I believe that one got caught.
Okay.
Yeah, Ira took 2 damage.
Gotcha.
So Ira has access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 21, plus the 5 lands. 26 mana currently. That's before he does anything.
That's not a lot.
It's like, yeah, not that bad. Flickering Ward, huh?
Now that is a problem.
Well, it is and it isn't, right? Because there is a Talion, a Rhystic Study, and a Mystic Remora, which are about to be fed into the sun. For those at home playing along who obviously know what Flickering Ward does, but we might repeat for you just in case. Flickering Ward is a 1-mana enchant creature, not just yours, any creature. And as it enters the battlefield, choose a color. Enchanted creature has protection from that color, but it doesn't remove Flickering Ward. So if you were to pick white, Flickering Ward wouldn't fall off. And there's one more important line of text, which is pay 1 white mana and return it to your hand. And when you have a commander that says draw a card whenever you cast an enchantment,
it's 2 mana to draw a card.
Yeah. And as previously established, I think I said 25, but now with Flickering Ward in play, it's 28 mana available, or spent 1 to cast it, so 27. Ira can draw a few cards. Now, the one problem is, every time Ira casts Flickering Ward, Vile draws 2 cards, one off Tally and one off Rhystic Study, and Gripen draws 1 off Mystic Remora. And while they don't have that much mana available to them, Vile with only 1 mana available, and Gripe also only with 1 mana available due to Polluted Delta being offline, thanks to the Oppo, at a certain point, your opponents will draw the interaction they need.
I think it comes down to whether or not you find like a Destiny Spinner or an Allosaurus Shepherd before.
Ira floating, I believe, 8, either green or white on clear, and taking it up to 16. I assume it's white, because now he can bounce Flickering Ward. Yeah, 15.
I suppose he only needs to get to the point where he can find a creature, and then he can just discard it to survive. Oh, no, he can't. What am I saying?
He can't. Yeah, exactly. He's looking ideally for Seed Cradle Witch, which will let him go infinite.
And at that point, he could probably still afford to pay all of it, right?
Well, once he gets to Seed Crater Witch, he can make infinite mana, make all his creatures infinitely large, and he has 3 creatures. The problem is everyone does have blockers. But once he makes infinite mana, he can probably arbitrarily draw his deck. So there's another Flickering Ward cast. I think more than anything, the limitation is life total.
Mm. Yeah, I think you're right there.
Carpet of Flowers. So the problem is with Carpet of Flowers is that he has 7 or 15 or so floating mana. And the island count is only 1. But I guess Carpet of Flowers is cheaper to cast than bouncing Flickering Ward and recasting it.
Look, with the hands going on from our opponent to starting to smell what's cooking.
Mm. And just looking at the other tables, Pod 4 finished with Blue Farm taking the win. I believe they had a Underworld Breach with a Grand Abolisher out in
Well
first position. So we've got Ira deep in the tank. Trying to figure out what to do with 14 mana. Was his priority being passed? And Griping, rightfully so, opening up Messenger, maybe talking to a few friends, getting distracted. I get it. Texting a loved one, telling them they might not be able to make it to dinner. And so Ira was talking to me earlier today about the hot new tech he decided to put in his deck. And I said, I won't spoil it, but I've been seeing this card played in a few other decks, and Kenrith decks recently have decided to play Emrakul the Promised End.
It's the only one that's not banned, right?
It is the unbanned Emrakul.
The other one's just probably not good enough in this kind of deck. The new one, I mean.
Oh, right, the 6 mana one, yeah. The question is, whose turn is he taking?
It's just occurred to me that you could do funny stuff with Survival of the Fittest with the new Emrakul if you can make colors. That's actually kind of cool for Kinnan.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's probably the only deck that you could consider playing that in, or like a bird, Nadu.
Oh, God, I hate the bird. It's a stupid deck.
I haven't played one yet. I really am keen to give it a go, though.
It just takes a lot of game actions and then loses. So Emrakul the Promised End on the stack. Vile drawing card. Curious who if you were an Iris spot, who do you target with your cast trigger?
Vile.
Yeah. It feels like it has to be Vile, right? Next in turn order has 30 mana or something stupid available.
I think it's pretty simple. What you do is you target Vile. You exile as much good things out of Vile's deck with Sisay, giving it to Craig, and then you kill Craig.
I think there's a world where Ira wins on Vile's turn as Vile, kills both Gripin and Craig, and then kills himself. And as you can see, there's a soul partition in his hand. which lets him deal with the opposition agent. So Ira could win as Vile, killing all the opponents. The question is, can he kill himself? And that's not something I know. How would you kill yourself as a CEDH player? Can you deck yourself easily? Yes. So you set up the Planeswalker combo, and you Dahada mill yourself 4 every turn, every cycle.
I got an easier one.
Yeah.
You set up the Planeswalker combo.
Yeah.
You kill Gripen and Craig.
Yep.
And then you repeatedly activate Bolus's uptick to draw a card until you deck yourself in the loop.
That also. The problem there being, you're going to exile Ira's board state first, but I guess that doesn't matter when you're losing the game. So we're casting Soul Partition. They're realizing we have to get Soul Partition out of the hand, so we don't let Ira win on his turn. What are we Soul Partitioning? What was the target? I missed it. Lavinia. Casting Silence. So the problem here is, if Ira has a Path to Exile or Swords to Plowshares to fire off on this Oppo agent, it's all a moot point. How do you feel about this spicy deck from Ira?
I think it's going to do work. It's definitely negating a lot of Vile's advantage that he's been accruing. Oh man, Aaron must be just hating life right now. He's going to lose 18 treasures right off that. Like, that's the worst case scenario.
I think it's going to be much worse than that. Because Vile's going to activate.
Sorry, Ira's going to best case scenario, I meant to say. The best case scenario is you lose all of your mana and everything. And
yeah, look at all these tutors that are going to go right into the bin. Oh, Nicol Bolas, no. Teferi, Sky Turtle. Oh, no. Is Sky Turtle not just lethal? Or does Sky Turtle only return permanents? So Ira can Colossal Sky Turtle the Soul Partition, Soul Partition the opposition agent, and go for the win. And Vile obviously had to use the silence, so he didn't have it on his own turn.
I'm not sure at what phase we're in right now.
We're in Ira's first main phase. Because Ira still has a floating mana, I believe. I think Vile decided to reveal their hand because he thought, well, everyone else should have the same information Ira has.
Based on what Vile had in hand as well, it's
pretty over.
It's pretty sad for him. It's like, what, this so fringe thing that yeah, because with the Nicol Bolas in hand, he can just destroy the Oppo with
oh yeah, he doesn't even need to Sky Turtle it.
Yeah.
He could Sky Turtle the silence. Or just cast a fairy, I guess. Cast a fairy, bounce the Oppo. My god, he had infinite ways to get rid of this Oppo. Oh no, poor Vile.
Now the question is, will Ira work out how to kill everyone and then win?
I think if anyone can do it, Ira can.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just quickly looking at our other pod. The Tivit player has the Thoracle Consult on the stack and is at 2 life.
Oh, man, he's one off of just being able to kill Craig as well. That's the thing. It's like the 2/3 and the 3/4 in the air. It's like
Do you not just
comically.
start by casting Teferi though, and then your opponents are locked out of interaction for the most part?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you definitely don't want to unlock that extra mana for Gripe.
Because it does open up Otawara immediately after. I think it's still worth it. I think unlocking Teferi. Although Gripe does have 14 cards in his hand. Jesus Christ.
Oh, just to add insult to injury. More
What did
mana.
you draw? Mana Crypt. You know, if you're Ira, you gotta feel pretty good about yourself with your new tech card. And if you're Vile, you gotta be pissed. If I'm Vile, I'm going, I had infinite ways to win, infinite protection, and the only way I lose is by someone else using my hand to kill me.
Oh dear.
Force of Will cast on Lavinia. Vile Ira trying to cast Lavinia out of exile. Right, good call. Casting Lavinia turns off all the free counter spells. Ah. Ivar. Because he didn't have enough.
Oh, that's another way you could kill yourself, is just the Planeswalker
Mill
loop
yourself.
and mill yourself.
Well, that's what I was thinking with Dahada, but Taiva also works.
There's just so many ways.
There's just so many ways to kill yourself.
I until that question was asked, I had never thought about it. Sisei is one of the hardest decks to kill yourself with, like when you're not actively trying to do it. Like you can't accidentally kill yourself the way you can with like Tally and Thoracle, or
Esper Sentinel, all those, yeah.
Any of those things. Oh, I feel bad for these guys. It's just definitely stop hitting him. He's already dead.
Yeah. The Ristic Study makes it so much more brutal. You know what Ira could have done? Because I believe Nature's Chosen doesn't say permanent you control. Ira could have used... Yeah, Ira can use Nature's Chosen to untap one of Vile's permanents. How crazy is that? Taiva, obviously fantastic for making infinite mana here based off any creatures.
So this is the classic garbage time, right? Like this is like it's so the only thing that it's not garbage time is if Ira doesn't know how to execute the win, but he's surely got to be able to spot it.
Oh, Ira I think is experienced enough of a pilot. And Squee in chat saying if he's on Bowmasters, just use Emil. There are two problems with that. One, Emil's in the graveyard. Two, he's not on Bowmasters.
Yeah.
So I can try and draw one more last card before this Teferi resolves. Wait, no, what was cast? Sorry?
I think it's the
Teferi.
Tyvar still, right?
Sure. All Ira needs to do is not lose to Gripen. And Vile just being an empty set of no head, only hands, just operating for Ira. It's gotta suck when you watch your opponents win for you.
You know, thinking about it, it's actually like a pretty messed up card in CDH, because you can just, I'll take control of Gripen. Oh, you have Consult in your hand? Okay. I will
How do you
cast
feel
it.
about naming Consult for You're Already Dead?
You can take your extra turn now.
Or, casting Consult naming Borborygmus. Oh no, should have named Borborygmus Enraged. Rookie mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Bloom Tender. Land. Ira trying to play it real safe. Returning Lavinia to his hand. He's just trying to put this Lavinia back into play. Make sure no one uses any free counter spells. Deflecting SWAT. Now, don't believe this targets. You may return a creature card. This doesn't target. And now that we know Craig has this deflecting SWAT, all we have to
which
do
is now offline.
Well, Craig actually has 3 mana available, funnily enough.
Yeah,
there is a bit of a problem.
It kills him, though.
There's a bit of a problem, which is Craig's at 5 life because he Force of Willed, and Vile appears to have 5 damage in the air.
Yep.
So the one thing is whether Ira tries to deploy this Teferi first before freeing up the opposition agent.
There it is.
Looks like, yep, there it is. And here, Gripen. Show us the 1 mana counterspell that you've been holding on to all this time. The problem is, there's still a Colossal Sky Turtle. Craig deciding to draw 4 cards. And exiling a Simian Spirit Guide.
Oh, is this a Bowmaster cast so that he can... Yeah, wow. Gonna shoot.
Wow! So the problem is, Gripen's now tapped out, and this Colossal Sky Turtle do a lot of work.
Someone's
Flesh duplicate. Jesus Christ, man. He's already dead.
Oh, dear.
And now that Gripen has no mana available, this Lavinia is about to do a lot of work, as well as... However, this Oppo agent's about to go off into the sunset. And actually, this Orcish Bowmasters kills Lavinia. Interesting game.
I mean, it's still over.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't know, maybe Gripen has it all.
He's still got 15 cards, 15 mana to use, plus his Guy's Cradle.
There's Squee in the chat pointing out that, Emil can be brought back by Turtle, but the one problem is, and you're pointing out Mount Doom as a win condition, how Mount Doom deals 1 damage to each opponent, and Ira is trying not to die currently, because Vile is being controlled by Ira thanks to Emrakul.
We've had a few people jump in since maybe the start of this turn. Currently, Ira playing Vile's turn with an Emrakul targeting. And there is lethal on the board currently, at least for Vile will be aware of what it is. We are. Basically, Craig has an opposition agent on the field, which is the only thing to say loop. you can actually kill your opponents by doing a Planeswalker combo, the standard CEDH combo, enough damage to kill any point. You just do the standard CEDH combo where you have everything they control. So there'll be no cards in hand, no permanents in play for anyone. And then you repeatedly repeat bosses up until you, as who is being controlled by Ira, dies. And so what you would have is at the end of this turn, you would have and it's great. It would be and I would have 2 cards in library. He would start his turn and die.
So I think your internet's freaking out a bit, Scoop. You've roboted a bit on us, but just to catch us up as to what's happening in the game, Mindbreak Trap being cast on Teferi. However, there is this pesky Swan Song, and now that Vile also has a Cyclonic Rift, Ira has all the answers he needs. So Squee, as we pointed out, so Mount Doom deals damage only to opponents. But the thing we've been discussing is you can deck yourself quite arbitrarily. If you do the normal CEDH combo, you can infinitely either Dahada or Tyvar, your preference, to mill yourself for either 3 or 4 cards until you have no cards left in your library, and then just draw 1 card. Nice and easy. Right, tap it for mana, deal 1 damage to yourself. However, that is a good call. That also works. The one downside being that doesn't also kill your opponents, whereas you first do have to deal with your opponents. So we've got a Swan Song cast from Vile on the Mindbreak Trap. There's no Lavinia left in play. There is a Deflecting Swat from Craig. The problem is, I don't think any of this matters.
No, we're still more than fine.
With access still to 15, 16 mana.
And see, like, even if the Teferi gets dealt with somehow, he's still got the Nicol Bolas that he can deploy afterwards to just kill the opposition agent and then win.
Or the Cyclonic Rift, or the Sky Turtle. There's so many ways.
Aaron is zooming out his board so that we can see more of it.
Very kind.
Everyone will be breathing a sigh of relief, though, that the Teferi is actually exiled.
And I've lost track of time. There's only 5 minutes left in this round. So if this turn keeps going, there's until the end of this turn. Vile might never see his extra turn. So we've cast a Flesh Duplicate as a copy of Orcish Bowmasters. Oh, right, no, Vile actually has a lot more mana because Ira still has the ability to untap any artifact, land, or creature.
So the missing link may be that if Ira doesn't know what both of the abilities of the turtle do.
I'm sure he does.
Or
Rifting
hasn't considered it to be relevant as such.
I actually think he's holding the Colossal Sky Turtle as a regrowth instead of leaving it for the bounce.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. If he's thinking
Right.
about if he's only thinking of it as the bounce, which is the primary use, is that a Wish Claw?
That sure is a Wish Claw, which we knew about from a bit earlier.
Oh, it just looked like a brownish smear to me. So
That's what Wish Claw looks like, funnily enough.
yeah, it's true.
So it's really all up to Griper now and his 14 or so cards in hand.
Yeah,
While activating Wish Claw, and Pod
he's
2 just finished with Min taking the win. So this is going to be our final pod.
oh yeah, I just forgot about that line where you just get Sisei and use that to get the rest of your stuff.
Yeah, 100%. What do we think he cheated for? I'm missing it.
I mean, what's the dockside? It's got to be dockside, surely.
Well, there's still a Root Maze in play.
Oh, there is too. There is too.
And while we can deal with it, with this Sky Turtle, I think we want to save it.
I'm seeing a Simian Spirit. Oh, snap. What are we targeting?
Good question. It doesn't matter what we're targeting. We're using it to untap the mana to recast Opposition Agent.
Mm-hmm. Also worth noting, it's way harder when you're when you're not just sitting back not playing.
Oh, 100%.
It's you know, we've got the benefit of being armchair generals right now, where we can talk it out, and even just talking to someone about what you could be doing and not having to worry about your opponents not hearing you is like an insanely big advantage.
100%. There's no pressure. And we're about to hit timing round in 4 seconds, so I'm going to quickly hop in and let them know. I've let them know that this is the final turn of the game. They wanted to clarify, does Vile give another turn? And no, he does not, in fact. This is the final turn.
So we haven't gone to combat still, so we've still got the capacity to kill Craig. Craig, strange, like seemingly has like untapped. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. He can't cast the Oppo anyway, because the Ancient Tomb will kill him.
Yeah.
So I guess this activation. I'm assuming it's like going to be. What's the parent toughness? It's getting 3 drops currently. So could be Saheeli, could be Okay,
puts.
physical. Yeah, that makes sense. That was one I was
I
thinking
guess
about.
there's still infinite mana available.
Hmm.
So now Sisei can get any 5-drop, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. 5-drop.
So just to close it out, do you get Dahada here?
Well, the Dahada will still have the chakras. So I think what you would probably do is Ira bounces his own root maze.
Oh, right. Ira can't bounce his own root maze. Oh, Sky Turtle, you mean, of course.
Yeah, with Sky Turtle, and then it's very difficult to see what those cards actually are in Vile's hand.
So I believe we have a Nicol Bolas, a Sky Turtle, a pile of lands. That's not just one land. A Mana Crypt, a Ragavan, a... Is that a Linvala and... no? What's it
Drana
called?
and Limbala?
Is that
No, it's a
Drana?
Lotho. I think it's a Lotho.
Yep, you're correct. That's a Lotho, a...
Signet, maybe an Odawara?
Yep, and then a Flesh Duplicate.
Yeah, so the Odawara costs 1 blue to bounce the
Root Maze.
and then
The Revi.
you play your Bolus.
Oh, sorry. Do you play your Bolas first, or do you get the
how much
first?
mana do you have? Yeah, so you get the harder. Then you play Bolus, then you activate and get the Flicker Anamatu, and then you flicker the what do you call it? The Bolus again.
The harder. Oh, Bolus, sure, yeah.
Bolus and Teferi. Then you look up, make everyone exile all their things. And then you repeatedly draw cards in your deck, and you die, and Ira wins.
Beautiful. Well, let's see if Ira gets there. Yeah, because as previously stated, it's really easy when you're sitting in your chair chatting to a friend about how you win. But
yep.
when the pressure's on...
And it's not a deck you play.
And you know, these are awesome experienced pilots. They
He saw the line of untapping the Wish Claw. Right, that's cool.
Now he can go get a Dockside and make the loop arbitrary.
Yep. Gets a Dockside, bounces the Root Maze with the... is that him picking up the Root Maze? Looked like it.
Sure is. And he puts Ottawara into his graveyard. He casts Dockside. Dockside count is quite high.
Monstrous.
Well, Ira feeding it quite heavily. The number is arbitrary because...
Man, Ira found the better line than we did.
Yeah.
Now let's see if he just works out how to kill.
Man, that doesn't matter at this point. Now, there is a spicy tech in Vile's deck, which I don't know if Ira knows is on, which is Chthonian Nightmare. So Vile can make infinite mana with Chthonian Nightmare if he wanted to. Ripon looks to be picking up his pieces. I think Ira is just talking through the win right now. There's a Mount Doom in play. Looks like that's the way he wants to kill him.
Oh, it's in the bin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Because
you
Io
can't.
notably has the highest life total, so he can mount. Vile can mount Doom everyone else, go down to 2 life himself, and then kill Vile by tapping the Mount Doom for 1 life and 1 mana.
Right, but it's in the bin, so he can't.
Well, he has a Sky Turtle,
Oh
right?
yeah, true.
However, he's already played a land for turn, I believe. But I think the table has decided to scoop it up because there are infinite ways to win.
Mm.
Man, that Emrakul.
If you don't want to play a good deck, you got to play a deck that plays other people's decks.
Yeah.
Does this mean Send Triplets best deck in format?
It must be, right?
That's how it goes.
Alright,
All right.
well,
Thank you for tuning in. That was actually a very interesting last turn. It's a shame it sort of took so long, but we got there in the end. We're going to jump back to the in-between rounds screen, take a few moments. Well, we've actually got the break now, don't we? We've got...
we sure do. We have a half-hour break. So we'll be half an hour so everyone can get some food, some water, and I'll see everyone back in at 1:50 sharp.
Perfect.
I believe we should get to 17 or 18 people in this chat.
Can I just play Min's deck and then become Min?
No.
Oh. How's it over this?
Well, the problem is Min's a gamer, and
I'm
you
not,
know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. Quite a few people have dropped, I'm surprised.
Yeah, bit of a shame, but what can we do? Hopefully we have more of a turnout next time. This is a monthly thing, so this isn't the only time we'll play.
Well, I'm glad it's during the day compared to chaos.
That's the thing, right? It's not at chaos time, which having done several times. I think we now have everyone. So we're going to round 3, which is the final round for our Swiss. This is viable, it's fine, we can catch up. Thank you all for coming again, and shout out to our friends over at Token Forge for supporting our prizes. I'm glad hearing that Sunday is good. If you have any feedback, feel free to drop it in the general lobby after the tournament or during the tournament about how it's run, if we need to change anything, in your opinions, what have you. But otherwise, we're going to jump into round 3. The only thing to really call out is no, we're not allowing intentional draws. So please play at your rounds, especially because really anyone can make top cut with a win. Other than that, I'll generate new pods, and good luck in your final Swiss round. Pods are up. Good luck, guys.
And we are back. Currently watching pod number 2. Alrighty.
Howdy, howdy.
So we got a bit of everything. Well, at least a bit of everything for you and I this game. Coolly.
Let me have a quick catch up.
Got Sisse, Tivit, Nagila, and Obnix in this pod.
Oh, it is a bit of everything.
Seems like a bunch of terrible commanders that we'd never play any of these.
No, I wouldn't touch them.
Wouldn't touch any of them. Maybe one. Maybe one.
Mm. If I'm feeling fancy, you know? Oh. So final round of Swiss, big one.
Yeah. It's a shame we couldn't get a clean 16 and avoid that last buy.
Yeah. It's alright. It's our first one. We can always, next time, hopefully bigger and better.
That's it.
Grow the local scene. Alright, what do we got? Got Mulligans underway, it seems. No, they're still going. So we got 7 from everyone. No, 6 from Joshua, 7 from Cheese, I think, 6 from Craig, and 6 from Ben.
Delicious.
Oh, so just off the bat, how are we feeling about this game? What do we like? What do we not like, matchup wise?
Well, whenever you've got a Obnix in your pod, as we very often do, playing a lot with autism, you get a bit upset when there's lots of 3, 4, and 5 color decks because there's just so many fetch lands that are going to be triggering that ob throughout the game. And these are like incidental, you're never not going to convince someone to fetch.
Get their mana.
Yeah. So that's really for Ben. See Tivit popping down with a Vault Crypt Spire start. That's pretty damn great.
Now, I personally have recently fallen off Spire of Industry. I find it can be a bit dead, but you know, with a start like this, what are they getting? Changing which land they're pitching real quick, keeping that Windswept Heath for their 3rd color of mana. Yeah.
There's more, and a Wish Claw.
And a Witch Claw. Now that's a start.
So this is just basically counter my
Hopefully win.
Tivit. If you don't counter my Tivit, you got to counter my Time Seaver. I win.
So, as a Tivit connoisseur, I've played the deck once or twice. I don't think you go for Time Sieve.
You just get the Ristic here.
Nope, you get Whir of Invention. I have found tutoring for Whir of Invention one of the best things you can do in that deck. Because people think you're not going for the win, that they have another turn. to set up, figure out what they're doing. When in reality, you're giving someone the Wish Claw so that the Wish Claw player tutors, everyone blows all their interaction, and then you win over the top. Because Tivit, stereotypically, isn't a deck that wins over the top. That's not what you imagine when you think of Tivit. It's normally a pretty, sorcery speed main phase win. I'm a big proponent of going for the Whir here. Turn 1 Najila from Clay, classic. Ben setting up, just I think not pretty slow start, all things considered, from Ben. Not even a turn 2 Obnixilis.
I think he keeps his hand only if he's got a way to get Obnix out and Ballista. So if he's got another land and Ballista in hand, that wouldn't surprise me for this.
Yeah,
he just goes for it on turn 2, or even like gamble and land.
But that's the thing; he doesn't have 4 mana on turn 2. He needs that 4th mana because that's a Chrome Mox and a Mount Doom.
I expect the player to be discussing exactly what is going to happen in this next turn cycle, because hopefully Craig got some fierce guardianship or deflecting SWAT action here. I don't think we should be expecting much from the Sisse.
I agree. I think Sisse is not likely to be a helpful. Sorry. So we got Sisse Moxamba pass.
With a fetch to be resolved, I think. Okay.
So wins the roll, draws a card, plays this Windswept Teeth, and jams a Tivit. I mean, what else is there to do?
Sometimes you just gotta.
Well, the only thing that stops you is a Force of Will.
Yeah.
With, I guess Joshua has access to 1 white mana, so you could get.
You could get mana tithed.
I'm now realizing Cheesebro actually has the win on his turn. Right. He has so much mana that he can Tivit and win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cast Tivit, activate Time Sieve, cast Time Sieve. It's just enough to do it all. The question then is, do you go for it? Silence in response to the fetch. Seems fine. If you want, he can activate Wishclaw in response. I don't think it's worth it personally. I think waiting another turn can't hurt.
Clutch Silence definitely delays everything. I think now it's pretty clear that you would go and get the Whir here, right?
Well, you can't resolve Tivit anymore, so I actually don't think you want to get the Whir yet, because that involves giving up the Wishclaw to someone.
Okay, that's a good point.
I think you can safely wait until next turn.
I suppose the 1 mana is still irrelevant. Not like any of the. Sisse might be on. What do you call it? What have I done here? I've opened up the wrong players.
So I was looking at this Tivit list earlier, comparing it to my own. Pretty standard. Runs a couple cards I think aren't great. Notably, Thraben Charm I think is a bit of a weird one. Might be missing the exact why on that. Maybe they value the Graveyard Hate quite highly, but personally I'd run some other cards over it. Counterbalance comes and goes from a lot of Tivit lists. Angel's Grace, again, some lists like it. And Path to Exile instead of Swords to Plowshares, which I think is a nice meta call with so few basics nowadays.
Sisay list looks pretty standard. It actually looks a bit like retro, to be honest. It looks like very much 6 months ago.
Yeah, Kunaros, Lauren of the Third Path, Olivia Mobilized for War. Some of these
Legolas.
Fairy Mage of Zalfir. I do quite like Legolas's quick reflexes, LQR. I think that card is really cool.
I've found it to be so medium every time I've run it in Sisay. It seems like it's the best thing ever, but it has more nuance to it than is first apparent in that deck, because we don't have a lot of things we actually tap apart from dorks, and so you're basically using a card slot for a fully protection spell.
An uncounterable protection spell, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think that's where Sisay wants to be. I'd much rather, like, if you had to swap a card in your hand for sorry, what am I trying to say here? Because the cards in your hand are so few most of the time, you would rather just have a better card in your hand and then recast the Sisay than protect it, I think, in a lot of circumstances. And if you're deploying your status as a threat appropriately, then the only time that Legolas's quick reflexes really helps is stack versus a bunch of pieces of interaction. And then the only alternative is that you get to use it as a untapper for your Bloom Tenders and such, which overall I think is fine. It's just, I don't think that's where we want to be. We would rather have things that stop our opponents for our interaction necessarily than things that protect our things, unless they are legendary, because we want to have all of our protection as legendary, I think.
Anyway. Fair enough. Back of the game, Crane swung Nagila at our Tivit player here and got immediately punished by an OBM because, of course, the Tivit player has it all. Ben follows up with casting Obnob, which I don't understand how, because that's a Chrome Mox, is it not? Or is that a... Oh, that's Soul Ring. That's a Soul Ring. It's a Mount Doom into Soul Ring into Glimmer Void, casting Obnob, setting up for a win next turn. Joshua now untaps with only one card, maybe two cards in hand. And then immediately gets Thraben Charmed. The card we were discussing earlier. You can see Ben clicking on it, trying to figure out what it does. Cheesebro valuing killing Sisay as soon as possible, dealing 2 damage to it before it can grow any bigger. And all this tells me is that Cheesebro is going to win. Like, Nagila only three cards in hand. Now, worth noting that they didn't do anything on their turn, but hard to say what that means, whether they're holding up interaction. I'm hesitant to say so. 5-color decks not being the best at holding up interaction. And Joshua deep in the tank trying to figure out what to do about this Thraben Charm, tapping out for 4 mana to cast an Urtai. Now the problem with Ertai is we're letting Tivit draw a card.
Hmm.
And if there's one thing we don't need to give Tivit here is more resources.
And I suspect we're actually okay with, having that counter our The only thing that I could think of that I would be okay with here is we could use the Earth-Eye to destroy the Mantle.
Can Ertai destroy non-creatures? I thought it was only creatures and planeswalkers.
It might be creature planeswalker. Yeah, you're right.
And so now comes the second problem, in that now Joshua no longer has Ertai to counter Tivit.
Mm.
Now the question is, when was this done? I believe this was done in Joshua's upkeep, which is when I personally would have done it. Oh wait, Wishclaw Talisman? Is that a legal target? Destroy another target creature or planeswalker. Wishclaw is not a valid target. I might go interrupt.
Yeah, go jump in there. Bit of a shame, but well,
Yeah,
gets
that's
to
a
keep
tough
this
one.
day. Hmm.
And Cheesebro should draw a card now. No, shouldn't get to keep the Sisei though. Their Thraben Charm should have killed Sisei just now.
Well, the number of creatures has reduced.
Oh, it was too low, of course.
Yeah.
Now I don't think Cheesebro drew his card, but that's a mistrigger on his part. I think the problem is now only Craig has open mana.
Yeah.
Joshua only 2 cards in hand. I'd be a little worried about losing the game to Tivit activation. Personally, I'd be tapping the Mana Vault and Mox Diamond and 2 lands, but keeping up the command tower for maximum flexibility. Your life total doesn't meaningfully matter here. I guess Spire of Industry is fine, however. Pivot on the stack. 1 card in hand. You know what's crazy? He even has enough mana to crack a clue.
3 cards in hand from Craig.
3 cards in a dream. We've seen the opposition agent out of him once. Yep, nice. I like cracking. I like drawing. So there's a world where you go get Whir of Invention here. I think I really like getting the Whir here. Forcing Craig to go to his turn, spend mana, progress his own game plan, and then go for the win.
I like it. Also turns off the Force of Negation.
Absolutely. Oh, good call.
And there's never been a say that ever plays Force of Negation.
No, absolutely not.
I tried it once.
It seems terrible.
Ask me how it went.
How'd it go?
It wasn't good.
Yeah.
Like, I was off Force of Will for like forever.
Sisei is one of those decks. It's really good at what it does, but it means you don't get to play cards like Force of Will, Force of Negation. Force of Will, you can,
Force of Will's back in now, and that's only because I upped my blue card count. But for ages, I just wasn't playing enough blue cards. I was playing Mindbreak Trap and Fierce Guardianship and Offer and all of that, and Flusterstorm, but just not Force of Will, because or it'd be something like a Nicol Bolas, and you're like hamstringing yourself. We're looking at it, and then we had I think 20 blue cards in the CEDH list, and of those 5 of them, you just did not ever want to. So it was kind of like only 50, which is obviously nowhere near enough.
No, that's quite low. It's not quite enough to justify running things like Force of Negation. So back to this turn. What do you think he got? I think going for the wordplay is not that common. I think it requires playing a lot of Tivit and learning a lot about the deck. And I think Craig is holding something here. I just don't know what. I think it might be a Boseiju. And so I would rather Craig spends this Wishclaw, does something on his turn, and then you go for it. Nope, looks like we're just going for it, unless... Cracking another clue, trying to dig for a free counterspell just because we can.
Mm-hmm.
Which means we have to go for the time sieve now, because we've lost our access to triple blue. 1 mana silenced. So, this tells me...
Could he have gotten like a... What's the untap? Like a ISO Rev or something like that, maybe?
It's not on ISO Rev.
What are we on? Let's have a look.
Chain of Vapor, maybe? Chain of Vapor lets you set it up.
Yeah.
Does it? No, Chain of Vapor doesn't let you set it up. You bounce your Mox Diamond, you bounce your Mana Crypt, but you don't have enough mana. Unless there's also a Mana Rock in his hand, but he doesn't quite have enough mana.
Kitten, maybe? Maybe there's a kitten.
There might be a free Mana Rock in hand as well. He passed the turn. So I think the silence was trying to bait out interaction.
Man, that's wild.
Yeah, I think missed opportunity there. Not going for the were, but live and learn.
We got 3 treasures, 3 clues? 3 treasures, 1 treasure, 2 clues left, yeah?
1 treasure, 2 clues left on his board, on our Tivit player's board.
It's so interesting.
Hmm.
Because it doesn't even stop the Boseiju if that's what Craig doesn't even have.
Well, Craig has gone to untap and gone to his turn. He passed the turn. Turn's over.
And
now Craig has an opportunity to just jam the win. A few questionable plays this game thus far, but here we are. Playing tournaments is hard. Nerves get to you.
Yeah, that's it.
Looking at our other pods, they're still all going nice and healthy.
You love to see it. I'll give a shout out to Ben for his great choice of deck list name.
Oh, Throbbing Nick.
Throbbing Big Nick.
It's a fantastic name.
Got a bogey out.
Bergie, huh?
It's a bit spoopy.
But passes the turn, and CEDH sees another day, and now has CEDH activation available. CEDH activation for 4.
3.
What can we do with that? 3? Right, yes, of course.
Do you know? I'm just looking
Yeah.
over deck list, and I've just realized I've never once looked at Dualcaster Mage's art correctly.
Oh, I might have to have a quick look. 1 sec.
I always thought the left urn was like the face.
Alright, let me have just updating players. There are 52 minutes left in the round. Tibbet gets to his turn, gets to attack. Still doesn't have this. Wasted the silence last turn. Not sure I fully understand why. Two cards in hand. Everyone seems to be giving him treasures, which seems like a reasonable play until you realize there's no correct choice with Tibbet. It doesn't matter what you vote for. Tibbet get what Tibbet wants.
Ain't that the truth?
So I'm gonna ask, what do you think he cheated for? Must not be time sieve because we'd be jamming it by now. And maybe he's trying to dig for some interaction before he just jams it. Now that Ben has access to Red Elemental Blast and Retain Impact on top, they say only 3 cards in hand, but it's holding up an activation, which could be anything.
They can get Sakashima and copy the.
Can't they? They don't. It's not big enough, right? They can only get a 3-drop.
I can't do that.
But they can get Lauren of the Third Path.
That's a good one.
And there's our time sieve. We're about to be immediately punished for using this line. And waiting a turn.
Yeah.
And so all the players pick up their hands. Everyone has a response ready. Ben quickly double checking he knows what time sieve does. But it seems to resolve. And Cheeseburger's about to get one more turn before being immediately punished. You have to sack a total of 5 artifacts, so down to 1 treasure. Players feel like they see the writing on the wall, but in reality, there's no real problem. And here we go, Joshua, about to show us the reason why Sisay is such a toolbox commander.
Getting rid of that Windswept Heath.
Would have been very funny if Cheeseborough had a way to exile their own Windswept Heath to stifle the mana.
That would have been pretty great. He saw the line.
Straight for Lauren, resolves, ETB, targets time sieve. Now, they're not quite out of the woods yet, it's worth noting. There are ways to bring back the time sieve. The only problem is there's an Agatha's Soul Cauldron in play, which makes it much harder to bring it back without getting caught with your pants down. Now the Tibbet player needs to figure out how they're going to bring themselves back to this game.
Yeah, I feel for Cheesebar in this. Like, they probably felt they were doing the right thing by trying to bait out the interaction with the silence. But sadly, in this instance,
Close, but no cigar.
yeah. Now we got to be. They're going for treasures still. Interesting. I feel like this is a sweep of treasure for sure.
I agree. But maybe we don't know what's in their hand, you know? They might. The problem is they go for any of their recursion, they still get blown out.
I guess famously, Tivit is an Adnor's deck, so.
Yeah, of course. Us Pivot players love a good ad noise. Just a big fan of playing 5 mana spells that get us killed.
Yep.
Dauntless Dismantler. So running out of stacks piece, hoping to slow the game back down after having main WinCon exiled. Talisman. Now that Dauntless Dismantler is out, we're not as worried about Dockside, so we can run out our artifact mana. Craig in the end step, firing off an opposition agent.
Very nice.
Which they curiously had held up through the Wishclaw. I believe. No, the Wishclaw was the turn before. I apologize. Now the game's in a more interesting place. Now it feels like Sisse's in the driver's seat.
Well, I mean, the Oppo is still a bit of a problem, and one of the main
That's
pieces
true.
to deal with it is already on the field. I'm still thinking Ben's got a great shot.
Both Ben and Craig are in pretty good spots, but Craig, once again, life total pressured into the ground. This is what you get for playing Nords. And so me and Craig actually recently had some discussions about his list. I'll peek behind the curtain. Craig's on Nords, but he's not on Breach.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, Craig, thinks Breach might require too many pieces, but a value Nords is still good. I personally am more on the side of Breach and Nords sort of go hand in hand. You either run both, you run neither in a deck like Nagila, but I'm not a Nagila pilot, so what do I know?
Interesting. He's on Druid's Repository, but not Insidious Roots.
Yeah, a few interesting choices along those lines, and I think Craig's trying to take a bit of a middle ground between the very warrior creature-based versions of the deck, very aggressive, and the more generic 5-color good stuff versions, and try to draw a line a bit in the middle. And we're seeing the Toski.
It is. It's your favorite squirrel.
We love drawing cards. Nothing more important in Magic than drawing some cards. My one worry is Craig still has this Wishful Talisman in play. So whenever Craig's ready, Craig's gonna tutor up the WinCon or a Silence or whatever need be. But Ben over here got a Tainted Pact.
Oh, that's a DT.
That's a DT, is it?
Yeah.
Less good in the current board state, if you can imagine. But there's the bigger problem of an 8/7 Flampler. That will kill you pretty quickly as well. And one of the big problems with Pivot is sometimes your opponents have flyers, and that means you have to jump through a couple extra hoops. Ben, show us what you got.
When you said Flampler, it made me think of Glunch the Bestower.
Oh, I love Glunch.
And whenever I think about a card that I haven't thought about in a while that's legendary, I always think, like, is there a world where this could be in Sisay?
You
All three
anything's possible.
modes are kind of like relevant for Sisay in that, like, there's never like a terrible choice for you to give yourself. Maybe I should be playing this because I like politicking. Keeping everyone as close to parity as possible, and I could definitely get on board with that. Might try it. We're really seeing how good my posture is on the webcam today. Just continuously slumping.
That's what a day of Magic will do to you. You'll slowly melt into your chair. So we're about halfway through this round, and we're watching Ben storm off, casting Dark Ritual, casting Lotus Petal, floating all the mana that God's given him, and his Jesk as well, exiling some extra cards, just trying to find something to keep the train going.
I suspect that it is a piece of removal in addition to the piece he's already... Is that a Bolas' Citadel?
And while it is tapped, I don't think that particularly matters. At a healthy 38 life, I don't think Ben's too worried.
Cheesebra could Scorched Earth this.
Yes, that is technically true. For what? Well, but what does blowing up 0 drops even do?
You know what? He doesn't even have enough mana.
I was gonna say he doesn't have 13
mana. Yeah.
And I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11.
Too short. So removal piece number 1.
What are we going for here? Probably the Oppo, right?
It's tricky, right? Both the Dismantler and the Oppo stop the Sisay, but you need to get rid of both of them to be able to win, right? So he needs to have another piece. So I'm not sure where...
Looks like everyone's letting it resolve, and it's the Oppo. Up to 2 red mana floating. The sneaky Mount Doom sitting there casting out DT. So now that we have a DT on the stack, and all our opponents seem to be F6'd. What do we get here? Dockside?
He can't win unless he's already got either... Okay, so...
That'll do it.
Well, he's...
That's lethal.
Well, he's still got the Dismantler to destroy the...
the
Cauldron.
You're very right. You're right. I mean, I didn't see it, let alone Ben. We'll see if our Tivit player is as heads up as you are.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at before, where we needed 2 pieces to be able to shoot the whoop, I guess. Ben reading Dauntless Dismantler.
Yeah.
Oh no. What have I done? There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
See, the problem is this is a mistake. Activating Dauntless, you need to do it in response. Because if you Otherwise, Ben can respond and combo off over the top. Dauntless Dismantler should be in the graveyard now.
Oh man, I'm so confused about the order in which that happened.
Me too. I might go quickly remind the players that Dauntless Dismantler needs to go to the graveyard.
Yeah, if that's what's going on. Yeah.
I'm going to jump in.
Well, looks like Ben has missed.
All right. So we're back. There's Rider Flames on the stack now.
So are we? Did the Dauntless Dismantler resolve? Is that what
Dauntless
happened?
Dismantler did resolve and it blew up all the rocks. I don't know why Ben didn't win over the top. Probably
Yeah.
didn't see the line. You know, as we said, those nerves.
Hmm.
Well, we're just past halfway now, 36 minutes left in round, and not a single pod has finished. Everyone playing for the win, playing their hearts out.
It's good to see. Quite a number more players jump into the stream again, or sorry, not players, viewers. Good to see.
Yeah, love seeing people from all around who couldn't necessarily participate, but get to watch instead. Now, I was looking at this card. I have no clue what this pink and green card is.
From Ben's list.
Yeah, it's a secret layer.
Goblin Matron.
Oh, good catch. Shooting up a dockside, no Goblin Engineer to set up for next turn, I guess.
Yeah, to get back the cauldron.
Lets him go again next turn.
Oh, he's then trying to do a shuffle cheat by the looks of it.
I'm sure it was particularly intentional. And this Lotus Petal is tapped, and I don't understand why.
The Dismantler.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
So we cast this Goblin Welder, which is not the one we tutored, funnily enough. So what's our out? If you're Ben here, what are we looking for? Dual Caster Mage combo, maybe?
The Walking Ballista definitely went into the right?
Yeah, Walking Ballista is in graveyard.
Okay.
I think the dockside wouldn't hurt right now either.
Wishclaw is pretty good.
That's a good one, and obviously Goblin Engineer also has the power of resetting your top of deck for your Bolus of Citadel in case you whiff. It's always nice.
I haven't even spotted if Ben's been checking the top of his deck.
Yeah, he has. He's been periodically checking it from what I've seen. Looking at Ben's board and comparing it to, for example, Craig's, it's a bit of a tough spot for Craig, and at least Joshua is pretty close to the win next turn.
He's probably going to give Craig a card.
I'd give Ben a card.
Yeah. Less
interaction.
Yeah, but I think you're more worried about the okay, you're probably right.
Craig's an Admiral's deck. Like at any point he might just win the game.
Ben continues to storm off through Bolas's Citadel.
Still quite healthy at 29. Underworld Breach. Now, don't know about you. Seems like a bit of a problem to me.
That looks like a win is on the stack.
And it seems to have resolved pretty speedily. Mana casting an Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Let's see what the table has to say about that. Dialing 3 pieces of mana for what it's worth. We're getting an okay sign from Tivit and all good from Craig, and Joshua doesn't even reach for his hand. So we activate Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Okay sign. Ballista seems to be exiled, and then Ben appears to be showing the win.
And see, now that the ability is sorted, you've got no interaction point unless you can deal with 5. You got to deal with it 5 times because he can over the top. 100%. Yeah.
And that's the game. What a pod!
Yeah, what a pod.
Congrats to our autism on Obnob.
Well done, Ben.
Yeah, and I think that's his second win, which I think more or less secures him a top 4 cup.
Locks him.
So, which pod did you want to jump over to now?
I think we can jump into pod 1. Except they don't have their...
Yeah, let me see what I can ask one of them to shoot us a link. Yeah, I don't know where they're... There we go, I got a link.
Game destroyed.
There you go.
Thank you.
This one, it's called. Good name.
Fantastic choice.
Oh god, what am I looking at?
Alright. So we've got...
I heard you like stacks.
Got Alvi on Shurikai, Ira on Sithis, Thrumdog on Breya, and Ben on Timnacrom. Ben, one of the previous Radnors winners, is that correct? Or he's one of the Dockside?
He won Dockside Debacle 3. I top 4'd and he was our winner. He was our first place Blue Farm player at the time and just jammed Thoracle Consult with Silence backup on turn 3.
Yikes.
Yeah, sometimes you just have it.
Is that Birthing Ritual in Ira?
Sure, Ira's got a Birthing Ritual in play. Alfie's got a Torpor Orb. Thrumdog's got what I can only assume was a Value Thoracle. Same with Ben in the bottom left.
Oh my gosh, I've just seen that. Wow. There we go.
Alfie's shining a light for us.
Was he saying, love a bit of MTG, mate, for all my singles? Me too. Me too.
Love and Team G, mate. Shout out to them. Maybe we'll get them on board for the next one. And looking here, this Trouble in Pairs. What a card! I know. So it's on the Tivit Discord. There's a bit of discourse around this one. People loved it at first, and then started thinking it was mid. You know, not drawing quite enough cards. I still love it. I think
Yeah.
it's still great.
Huh.
I'm still big on it. What do you think?
I have only tried it in CEDH, and while it's fine, mostly it was just one of those. For a while, we were playing a lot of cards that were incremental advantage engines that also do a bit of staxing. Like Lauren of the Third Path is the best example, right? Like you've got like a little bit of value, but like also stopping. But because it was just not legendary, it just got cut because it's not the best in class for 4 mana. Like we don't even play the One Ring, and that's significantly
Pretty good
better, I
one.
think.
For sure.
I mean, probably the best in terms of 4 mana advantage engine, Smothering Tithe. But all of these 4 mana cards kind of just smell like tap out and pay and discard your opponent's counterspell.
Now, to be fair, we did see in round 2 Ira win because Vile had a Smothering Tithe. For those who missed that game, Vile had an incredible board state, about 20 mana worth of treasures, like 10 cards in hand, and Ira decided that looks good, I'd like that, and cast an Emrakul and took Vile's turn to win the game.
It was pretty incredible. It was quite special.
Yeah, Emrakul making a comeback in CEDH. It's become the new hotness. But back to the game at hand. This sucks, man. Torpor, Blind Obedience. Trouble in Pairs just in case. Craig saying it was a great game. You guys had a pretty good game just now as well. A couple missed opportunities, I think Scoop and I found, but, it's always easier to see those opportunities when you're spectating and not in the midst of it. Yeah. Whose turn do we think it is? I think it's Ira's with this Trouble in Pairs on the stack. I don't quite know what's happening. I think I'm trying to figure out what the pod is discussing, whether or not it should resolve. I might be worried about Ira running away with an overwhelming amount of value.
It's quite tricky, isn't it?
So, what are so Ben's got a 10-10 army as well, with an OBM in Graveyard, which I missed. And we got Alvi fetching in response to this Trouble in Pairs, trying to make some decisions. Oh, we're sitting at just under... Just under 25 minutes, 24 minutes left in this round. And cast a Sink into Stupor. MH3 All-Star. I'm sort of high on this card. Yeah, I recently slotted it into my Tivit deck, though I haven't been playing as much as I used to. I took it over I took it over Get Lost. It's mostly I've been happy to go up a land. I always feel like in a deck like Tivit, you can always use more lands because hitting your land drops is so essential.
How do you feel about the Bog? Do you think you'd play the Bog?
I think the Bog's too much. I think
you're
asking too much. I don't think I'm ever playing it on the front side, and in a 3-color deck, a monocolored land has to do something spectacular.
That's probably your lowest pip, I'd imagine, too.
Yeah, black.
Or at least pip requirements. You might have more cards that are black, but less double black pips than like double white or just like volume of blue.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of double white in there.
Mhm.
And so, especially with Bog, where most of the time exiling a graveyard needs to happen at instant speed, it happening at sorcery speed often is not enough.
Yeah.
I'm pretty low on the effect.
No, that's fair.
So seeing the Stupiger put on the stack, I'm not quite sure I understand what it targeted. Ben's casting Intuition. In response, cracking the LED, discarding Brain Freeze, Tainted Pact, Delny. Now, I don't know about you, but between Brain Freeze, LED, and a free tutor, I'm a little worried. And Ben giving themselves 3 white mana. Now, that's quite funny, because I think white was the wrong color. Oh, but there was no good option, because the problem being, even if there wasn't a counterspell, what if they give Ben the Breach? And I think that's Ira's realizing now. If they put Breach into Ben's hand, Ben can't cast it.
I'm confused about what's going on. I've still not been able to work out whose turn it is.
I believe it's Ben's turn right now. I think Thrumdog passed straight through their turn. Casting a Demonic Consultation. Truly desperate times out here. Now, I don't know about you, but I think one thing I admire Ira for is his ability to shut up. I sometimes struggle with this myself, but his ability to sit there and just let the mistakes happen, let the train wreck happen, and only speak in when it matters. Because what should happen here, from my view, is Ben should be given the Underworld Breach to his hand, put Savines into his graveyard, put the other piece into his graveyard, only has 4 mana available, so can't flashback Savines, only has blue, black, and white, so can't cast the Underworld Breach, and so is stuck maybe casting Timna. But you don't need to let the table know that until Intuition resolves. And so if your opponents, if you sit there and shut up and let your opponents cast their Demonic Consultations and exile their libraries, all the better for you. Wonder what card we named here. I'm assuming it's a free counterspell, but I'm curious which one. Force of Will, probably.
I can't think why you would do this now, though. That's the only other thing.
Yeah, you know, maybe sometimes people are overzealous with their firing off of interaction. There's a real chance they got bullied by the other players, both going, hey, look, I'm in green-white, or hey, I'm tapped out and only 2 cards in hand, I can't do anything, so you have to interact. Let's have a look at Ben's list real quick. Maybe he has a cheaper way to recur other than Savines. Nope.
That is a costly intuition.
Or a Swan Song.
Yeah. Sorry, costly swan song, rather.
Yeah. Well, not looking good for Thrumdog or Ben.
No, they're both kind of spent a bit now.
And there's Blind Obedience doing a lot of work against Alvi. A lot of Alvi's deck really relies on being able to have untapped artifacts. And while Hullbreaker Horror is often quite good, Intuition's back on the stack. What's going on here? Swansong in Thrumdog's hand, but maybe he's choosing not to cast it. No, he's casting a Force of Will. Ira saying no, save your horse of will. Probably a good call.
It's interesting. We have a tapped burb,
Do love a good tapped burb.
especially when its name is not Nadu.
Ooh. Oh god, I hate Nadu.
I nearly bought a playset today.
They're really expensive at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, like the ones that I was looking at, the foil bin chicken profile.
Yeah, the profiles.
They're like $40, $50, something like that.
Mm.
And then
Yeah,
I
it's all
remembered
the
I just
hotness
never
and
play
love.
any I never play any formats anymore.
Yeah, unless you want to pick up modern. It's okay, don't worry, they're gonna ban Shuko.
I mean, I have the cards, I just don't have the time.
Alright, so Ben, getting through his turn and passing, has one card in hand, which I don't understand how that's possible. Oh, right. The Thassa's Oracle would have gotten in on Ira.
Getting that Timna draw.
And then, which gives Ira a draw off Trouble in Pairs, which is why he let it through. Also didn't want to lose his Algothian Enchantress. Now, why is Timna dead? What did I miss?
I haven't worked that part out yet.
Alvi at 9 life, trying his best to politic the fact that Ira looks like he's running away with it. Force of Vigor. Before Alvi's turn, pitching the green card to blow up everything Alvi holds dear. Pitching a Worldly Tutor, probably blowing up the Metamorph and the Shorakai, unless the Torpor Orb needs to go. Blowing up the Metamorph and the Soul Ring, trying to cut Alvi on mana.
Very interesting.
Well, it stops Alvi from being able to Hullbreak a Horror Loop, is what I assume the choice was. I assume the Phyrexian Metamorph was a copy of Orcish Bowmasters, hence the 6/6 army.
Yes, and maybe that's what's killed the Timna.
Yeah, 2 players both drew a card and shut it down. It all makes sense now. Reaching the pointy end of the round, like only just under 15 minutes left.
Boys.
Activating Shorakai, making some tapped soldiers. Hoping to find something that does anything. Isochron Scepter in graveyard, obviously not particularly useful through Blind Obedience. Ira drawing another card off this Trouble in Pairs, which is drawn at this point, what, 3 cards? 4 cards?
It's definitely done a good job.
Ira just saying, please let it get to my turn so I can put you out of your misery.
Where did that Isochron Scepter come from?
Discarded to... That's the discard pile from Shorakai.
Interesting.
Well, can't win through blind obedience, so what's the point? We said, well, you've got one. I think I'd like one as well. The blind obedience hits the battlefield.
Eliminating any distant ideas that a dockside is going to get deployed.
Which I think Ira is a big fan of.
Yeah. I think he's fine with that.
Yeah, and Thromdog, well, I don't know what he's hoping for. Maybe a draw, and Ben and Last also maybe hoping for a draw. Hard to say. But I think every win counts at this point, so everyone should be playing to win.
I mean, I don't think you can play to win more than casting in intuition and cracking your LED in response with no fear.
You're right. That's a level of
fear
that I don't think I still possess.
That's definitely, I am trying to stop this game from being current.
Ira using his love of these surveil lands.
Oh, they're excellent. They're so good.
I think they're alright. I think they're not as good in CEDH as in other formats.
That's fair. Also not that crash hot if you've got a Sylvan library.
Oh yeah, killing this Orcish Bowmasters feels pretty essential. With the amount of card draw that Ira has on board from Take 8 feeling great.
Oh,
Sylvan
look at him
library.
go. He actually learnt that trick from us.
Yeah.
How to draw cards. Because you don't get to do that very much in Cole or Magda.
No, you wouldn't. Another fetch, another quick shuffle. Can he close it out? So the problem is we know Thromdog has a Force of Will, which makes this all a bit more awkward. But, you know, Sithis is one of those decks where you never really know what spell is going to be the one that wins it.
Well, all of the player who are playing it disguise what they're doing quite a lot, you know? All of the player.
I've played it once or twice.
Mm.
And with only 10 minutes left in round, we're really down to the wire.
Ira being totally fine with a
draw. Seeing as he's the only player at 6 points, so a 7th point would be pretty good for him. Casting a Utopia Sprawl, I believe. I'm trying to figure out how hard can he twiddle his thumbs before his opponents tell him to speed up. Well!
So just when you thought 2 blind obediences wasn't enough of the stacks, collect the oof. Oofing it up.
Well, he wanted to make sure Alvi didn't ever consider this game as winnable. Nor, to be fair, Thromdog. Or, quite frankly, Ben at this point. Drawing a card. What's he drawing a card off? Or did he just cast an Exploration?
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, Ira's just trying to find something to accelerate his mana. He just needs the ability to make a bunch of mana. Land tax. Or he just wants to dig further, I guess.
Oh, he's extorting to try and kill Alvi.
That's very funny. Tapping Collector Oof and probably this Argothian Enchantress for what I can only imagine is a Court of Calling. Oh no, Collector Oof enters the battlefield tapped from Blind Obedience, of course. Just a mistrigger by the players there. Iris counting his mana, trying to figure out what he can do.
I think
counting his storm. I think
he might be.
I think Albie asked for storm count.
Is it possible that Drumdog has missed the trigger? Sorry, the life loss on Blind Obedience. I'm not really that sure.
Yeah, not certain. Might have gained life from the Swords to Plowshares or something. Unclear. Thrumdog just passed through his turn and then straight to Ben for combat. Swinging 2 creatures at Ira, who then should draw a card off Trouble in Pairs, but seems to have missed it. And we're nearly down to the 5-minute mark, so not looking good for our non-Sithis players here.
And only the one pod finished so far.
Yeah. So, with only a few minutes left in this round, what do we got going on for our protagonists over here? Alvy trying to figure out if he can do literally anything and realizing no, he in fact cannot.
Yeah, there's not a lot to say. Well, there's a tapped mana crypt that can't be activated.
Maybe he's hoping Ira keels over and dies. He is at 5. Oh, he's casting spells for blind obedience. Ira's he's trying to Ira's own method against him. It's a jewel of the blind obedience.
Oh
Craig
dear.
asks, what do we think of the spiciest deck of the day?
I mean, it's got to be Sithist, right?
It might have to be. But I think, is it the spiciest deck, or is it just the fact that it runs Emrakul?
I mean, it's a spicy brew. It's so spicy it could be featured on a comedian thumb. I really feel for our bye this round because they are the number 1 seed in the 0-pointers. Depending on how everything shakes out, there's a world where only 3 players finish with above 5. That probably won't happen if this goes to a draw, but they were probably sitting for the first half an hour with hope.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but hopefully next month we get a few more players. We don't have as many buys. Hopefully we can cap it out next month, full 32, and then beyond. So
if you enjoyed playing today and watching, and you live in Australia or New Zealand, and you want to play more webcam magic in your house, that is during a time where your extended family would not shake their head at you for doing something as strange as staying up overnight, then you should get all the players in your playgroup, let them know about it. We're doing these every month, and we will try and keep them free for as long as we can. We will try and keep them prized for as long as we can, and we will try and bring you a reasonable level of commentary in that we won't scream or yell for as long as we can.
Yeah, exactly. We really do this because we want to grow the community, not because we're here to make money or anything like that.
Yeah, it's the whole make the pond bigger.
Exactly.
We don't want to. We're pretty engaged players. We play most days, every other day, something like that, and that probably puts us in the most regular bracket of players. And as we look at all of the games that we played, we want to be playing more with the bigger group, with the larger community of players that exist here, and we want to be playing tournaments. In the ideal world, we would be having countries that share a time zone with us. We could be having more like sea base and nation versus nation style events, and all of that kind of grows off of the back of something like this. Love to hear it, Token Forge. Love to hear it. Very, very excited to have these guys on board. Definitely boosting our prize pool considerably with this event. It appears that Alvi is... I thought it was a white piece of paper, but it's actually a Fierce Guardian ship. Yeah, looks like we're at a draw, guys. That's really all she wrote.
Yeah, so that was me just hopping in to tell the players time and round, and then they passed the turn about 30 seconds after I said that, much to Ira's chagrin. However, Ira couldn't get through the interaction, I believe, that Alvi had. So we should be finding out our final spot any second now.
Might jump back into that between rounds screen again. Take a very short break before we announce everything.
Yeah.
Are we going to jump into the lobby for the before the finals?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Groovy. Alrighty, we'll see you over there shortly.
Um, So we've got our top four.
Alrighty. We are live for the very first finals of the Takes the Initiative, which is very exciting. Just getting started. Oh, looks like we have a lobby issue.
Oh yeah, I don't know what that's about. New link they just draw. Let me shoot to you. There you go. They've called it the Stacks Inclusive Pod, getting us ready for a good time. The last deck is Timnacron Blue Farm. I shot you a fresh link soon.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. So it's not the metaphorical popcorn that I'm eating. I've actually got the true blue popcorn. I'm really hoping that my noise gate is sorting itself out with that.
You are all good. We don't hear a thing.
Fantastic. Good to hear.
Just got back with a nice cup of peppermint tea with a bit of honey for my poor soothed throat.
I'm just wondering
18
if
people in chat joining us. Very exciting. I assume a lot of these are some competitors from throughout the day. For those of you who played with us today, thank you so much for joining us. We're hoping this isn't too much of a slobber knocker, but we might be here for a long time. Seeing as this is an untimed finals. And yes, again, thank you over to the people over at Token Forge.
if you want to check out some of their stuff, their links by clicking on it. You can type it in. It's just the tree/Token Forge. Excuse me. I should probably do an announcement. I'll show you their Instagram, their TikTok, all the stuff, all the goodies that they've got available. I'll try and eat popcorn and not look like a savage.
No. So, looking at this pod, what are we thinking? How are we feeling about how this game's going to play out?
If I was griping or betting, I would mulligan insanely hard for a turn 2 win.
Interesting.
That's what I'd be doing. I'd go to 4.
If
Unless there
I'm
was
Ben,
just a nut, unless nut 7, 6, 5, like I'd mulligan very hard to just avoid getting into that stacks.
I don't think the table can beat an Obnixilis.
Yeah.
I think a 10 power Obnixilis will just kill everyone.
Okay.
So I think Ben's game plan should just be to get Obnix and stick it and just have it sit there. Don't worry about storming. Don't worry about trying to like go for the win. Just make your big idiot and smack people.
Got
Gryphon. How you doing, Moots? Radnor, yeah,
dropping in the
Radnor
chat.
finalist. I think Gryphon has the hardest spot for the table. Craig thinks Obnix will end the day as an elk. That's also potentially true.
There's no Sissays to
But it's going to be a big elk, is the problem, Craig. It's going to be a big elk that still does commander damage. I think Blue Farm's got the toughest position here. Because all Ira and LV got to do is slam some stacks pieces and then win through each other. They're just going to beat the shit out of each other with random idiots.
Well, Alfie
and
doesn't
stack
really
them.
have that many like dudes, does he? He's got
Not
much less of an
really.
attrition game than Ira.
Yeah. I think Ira's in a surprisingly good spot here, only because Alvi will be helping with the stacks. And you're right, in a longer, more drawn-out game, Ira has some really cool pieces. Included Hallowed Haunting, Commander All-Star, 2 white for as long as you control 7 or more enchantments. Creatures you control have flying and vigilance. And whenever you cast an enchantment, create a white spirit cleric creature token with this creature's power and toughness that equals the number of spirits you control. So casting enchantments makes spirits. The more spirits you have, the bigger they all are. And if you have at least 7 enchantments, they all have flying and vigilance. So it's pretty brutal clock on the game.
But even Destiny Spinner is basically an Emrakul in this deck. With 10 to 15 enchantments, you can pay 4 mana to animate 15 or something like that. And this deck has no issues generating buttloads of mana. So it's going to be probably Alvi and Ben. So Alvi Autism would have been against Ira on this deck before, but it's whether Gryphon really knows what's up with this. I believe they played together in round 1. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Ira did not play with Gryphon in round 1. Ira beat him in round 2.
Right, there we go.
So, Nathan in chat saying odds on Blue Farm that he's going to Raw Dog Thoracle on turn 2, and I think that's really one of the elks is gone. Can't elk up anymore. But that really is Blue Farm's main winning strategy, in my opinion. Blue Farm really needs to raw dog it early. If Blue Farm tries to go for this early value engine game plan, I don't think it's going to work out. I think his opponents are in too good of a position to just grind that game to a fucking hole. So turn 1, main phase and light and tutor. What do you think's going on there?
It's got to be Mana Crypt, right?
But why in the main phase?
Wants to give a opportunity for Ben to dash his Ragavan, perhaps.
Is he on Git Probe? He's on Gitaxian Probe. Here it comes. Watch the Git Probe come.
I feel it.
Trix joining us, wasn't able to make it today, but hopefully he'll be there for the next one. Approving of the Yuriko playmat from Gryphon. Gryphon trying to sneak that card into his hand. Let's not get too hasty ourselves. Moxamber, it's not the worst, it's not the best. Show us this Git probe. Who we checking? I'd be checking Alvi here. Although Alvi's on a mull to 4, which that frees up Ben to obnob his way into this game. Ben, turn 1 obnob. Here we go. There's a city of brass on the battlefield. This is what I was talking about. This Obnixilis is going to get out of hand fast. Hey, Goose, thanks for joining us. Goose, another staple over at the AusCEDH Hub. Now, for what it's worth, this Enlightened Tutor probably would have been fired off on Ben's turn anyway for the Mana Crypt, so it doesn't make a huge difference. Ira, tutoring up this worldly, casting this worldly tutor, about to put Gripen into the Spirit Realm. Oh, I thought it was getting Collector Roof, but no, just an Argothian Enchantress. Ira going, I've got some time, I'm just going to go for card draw.
You know, looking at this card is quite unassuming until you realize just how difficult it is to get off the field.
You can't remove this thing. This thing's unkillable. It's probably the most common tutor target in the deck. Hey, Tristan. Mulligan's, I believe, was 7-7-7-4. Maybe there was a 6 in there. So, tough spot for Alvi. Alvi hoping that Ira can slow the game down. But Ira goes, that's not my problem. You slow the game down. Which just means that this Obnixilis, this place going places and going fast.
Definitely going to see some burr from Obnix today.
What is this land? Oh, Luxury Suite.
It's the crowd land.
Yeah, the Bond land, also known as. Gripen, better tap this City of Brass, and Ben should be calling him out, going, immediately, gimme, here we go, let's see this trigger, flip the top. Hit the Chrome Mox, another piece of mana, what a deck always needs.
Gotta be happy about that.
And Gripen going, I'm just going to try to deploy my value engines and draw cards, and, you know, maybe that's good enough, but I'm a bit worried about Ira going to cast Sithis, draw a card, cast an enchantment, draw 2 more cards. I think he's going to outpace Gripen.
It's definitely a lot of card draw.
The problem is, as we talked about during Mulligans, how do they beat a 10-10 Flampler? Now, I believe that's a Forbidden Orchard, but it might be a... Look, I love drawing cards as much as the next guy, but I also hate playing against Obnixilis because it's a 10-10, 10-9 Flampler that just kills me. So we cast a Chrome Mox, imprinting a Rite of Flame.
Climax being the biggest bin chicken in the sky, and Obnix gets bigger fast.
Absolutely. How do I beat it? It's bigger than a 6-6. That's not fair. And a copper tablet. Holy shit. Ben off
definitely a reader.
Lightning Fast Star. Yeah, copper tablet, personal favorite. Beginning of each player's upkeep, that player takes a damage. Which really reads, hey Ben, did you want to draw 3 cards a turn cycle? Sorry, I apologize. Copper tablet deals the damage to that player. So if players somehow can't be dealt damage by an artifact, you know, something might happen, I guess. Alvi politely counting his 4 cards over and over, hoping they might change. Yeah, Alvi, keep looking at that one. It might change.
I suspect that considerable numbers of sides from Alvi's
of course.
place, Alvi's corner.
And this top deck from Ben just is about to keep everyone off their card draw engines. This Argothian Enchantress having Shroud doing a lot of work.
You're not wrong.
So you cast a Sithis, get an Argothian Enchantress trigger, draw a card. Play a land. Attempt to fetch. And if Ben's heads up, he might kill the Sithis here. Oh, he gets another trigger. Oh, the fetch lands, they just keep coming. Got Takanuma, just another land off the top. So if you're Ben here, where are you firing off this Deadly Rollock? Or are you just holding it?
I think if you're not responding to the fetch with it, then you're holding it until Gripen's combat step.
Yep. I agree. You're killing off this Timna, you're letting him have the Crom, and you smack him with your big idiot. I mean, look at it. It's already a 7-6. It's huge.
Well, you're not necessarily killing the there. You're just making the decision at that point, because everything that Ira's doing is a cast trick, so you're not going to deny him value by responding. And so the next block will be at that combat step, I think. I think anyway.
Well, Ira has decided we were having too much fun this game.
Mm-hmm.
We all need to take a breath and play a Root Maze. Alvi breathes a sigh of relief as he's in 2 colors and plays basic lands. And so might actually be able to play an lands this game, as opposed to players who are only on mono fetch lands and won't be able to see their land drops for 2 turns. Nathan in the chat just saying this is all a ruse without a broader methodical. You know, what are you gonna do?
We just need to see another blue source, or
another blue source will do it.
Or if he has a tomb, and then we see in tomb the Thoracle reanimate the Thoracle.
Very nice. Shorokai straight out of this game with Root Maze. I actually disagree, Strix. I think Shorokai was fucked beforehand, where he had to mull for 4, but this Root Maze is giving him time. I'm gonna go quickly shout at these players. Cast Grim Monolith illegally. I'm gonna go shout at them real quick.
Coolly doing God's work.
Alright. So there we go. Caught them. No tapped Grim, no nothing. Just tap land, go. Gripen losing his role. He sounds got a Wheel of Fortune off Ben. Ben is eating good. We've got our tapped blue. Right, blue land doesn't even do it anymore because they come in tapped.
I still think we probably killed the Sithis here.
Yeah, the Root Maze is doing God's work.
But honestly, if you went for either of them, I wouldn't fault you for it.
I would have. I'm shocked that Gripen didn't cast Crom. I would have cast Crom, swung for 2, drawn 2 cards. Are we just ripping a Nors? No Crom post-combat. We want a blocker. We're scared of Obnixilis. And Ben getting the new hotness out of MH3. Unstable Amulet. This card is insane in this deck.
This is cooked. We could see Ben just win on this turn.
I'm pretty confident Ben can kill the player of his choosing this turn. Because Ben can Deadly Rollock the Crom, cast Unstable Amulet, cast Dragon's Rage Channeler or something, just like, I don't know, go crazy. Yeah, untap your Obnob. All roads need to start with this Unstable Amulet, right?
Oh man, I think there's not a world where you don't. Did the Chromox that just got deployed with no?
No, that got played last turn. It's got a Rite of Flame underneath it. It's just sitting in exile.
Gotcha.
I'm personally a big fan of keeping the exile card under the Chromox, but I know some players don't like to do that.
Probably less pertinent in a 2-color deck.
I guess especially with, I know Ben has limited table space, it can be a bit rough.
I think the actual G move is you get your Chrome Mox and then you buy 3 extra copies of it, and you color one in red with texture, another one in black in texture, and another one with black and red stripes in texture. Just to,
And you also need one with no colors in case you choose not to imprint.
well, the original one's for.
Oh, right, of course.
And then, you've still got a playset to use whenever you want to play Legacy.
So, ignoring marking all our cards.
It's totally totally a cheap card. Yeah. Definitely want to right, we see the amulet coming down.
Mis-sequencing a little bit, casting the Deadly Rollick on Sithis before the Unstable Amulet. He has a limited space because he has a G502. I don't know what that is. I assume it's the keyboard he has. Chrome Mox chat's talking about it's a bit expensive and overdue for a reprint. Didn't it get reprinted in like Double Masters?
They only ever print like the Ultimate Jubilee slot though, so it
got printed in the Mythic slot in Double Masters. It came down a bit.
I mean, I'd like to see all of those cards at like $20. I'm fine for Mana Crypt staying where it is, but like, having access to those cards at like $20 is like
would be nice.
Yeah, where you'd love to see it. Then you don't feel bad about buying multiple copies to, put in each of your decks instead of proxying it.
Oh, the G502 is his mouse. I see. All right. So Obnixilis smacked Gripe for, what is that, 12?
Looks like it. Yeah.
Gripe, also known as Chris, sitting at a healthy 18, deciding not to block. So Ira starting us off with an abundant growth, drawing 2 cards. And then staring at his hand, trying to figure out, how am I going to beat this Obnixilis? No, it would have only been 11 damage. The most recent ping was from this turn. And then cast what I believe to be a Wild Growth onto his other land, drawing another card.
I've been getting that very, very needed draw.
Tricks calling out that we're glad that the Aussie meta isn't just risticstudy.meta. And yeah, this Aussie meta, we mix it up a bit. We don't like playing good cards like Ristic Study. We play shit like Root Maze and Unstable Amulet.
Harold and Bob.
All right, maybe not that far. Oh. Hit a Plaza of Heroes off this upkeep. Alvi drew a card this turn. He's going to play another tap land and then cry himself to sleep. Maybe he'll play his tapped Grim Monolith just to send a message.
That message being, I am a bag of salmon heads this game.
Yeah, pretty much. It's okay. By turn 5, he might be able to untap the Grim Monolith.
He can cast a tapped Shurikai.
Git probe targeting, I assume, Gripen. Paying mana for this is psychotic behavior. Okay, thank God. I assume it's Gripen, but it might be Ben.
Obnob is the Ristic.
Yeah, look, considering how many cards Obnob has seen this turn. Oh, he Git probed Ira. Looking at Ira's board, we've got Concordant Crossroads, which maybe seems a bit bold. Rest in Peace. Cloudstone Courier plus Concordant Crossroads is a combo. Doorkeeper Thrall, probably not that useful this game, and Beseiju. So some really powerful interaction pieces in there.
It's a pretty heads-up play, actually, because if you think Ben's list, it plays quite face-up. Like, it's pretty clear how he's going to win. And basically you can just assume any kind of tutor is going to result in a very obvious play pattern depending on his board state. But Ira's list is quite confusing and complicated. So having all of that information, I'm actually surprised he didn't write it all down.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. And here comes our tapped grim monolith from earlier. No, blind obedience. Very heads up.
And Alvi hits his land drop. Never didn't have it.
Never didn't have it. So now, really, what we've learned, and I think partially what Alvi was going for, was trying to figure out, can he just deploy his threats and let Blue Farm go? And from what we saw, Ira has Doorkeeper Thrall to stop a Thoracle, Boseiju to stop a Breach. Like, he has a lot of what we need to stop these interaction pieces where necessary. So Alvi went sick. It can be your problem now. I'm going to deploy this Blind Obedience, which will also happen to turn off your Cloudstone Curio Concordant Crossroads lines, because creatures will start to enter tapped as well. It's worth noting, everything enters tapped now. Creatures, artifacts,
Planeswalkers won't.
Planeswalkers and enchantments both enter untapped. That's true.
Battles are untapped.
Yeah, but battles like sort of sit sideways anyway because of how they're printed. So
interestingly, with the Blind Obedience, probably not enough of a threat to Ben to incur the wrath. A Obnix swing. It's often Obnix swing that will kill by the second one if there is the same Obnix on the field. Right now we're looking at excuse me, and what's that? 14 damage. So he really needs to find another 7 damage to basically kill a player right then and there. We know get. Assuming he hasn't forgotten his. I'm guessing that Blood Crypt has come from his current Copper Tablet pings.
That would have come with Copper Tablet. And just chat calling out that LED doesn't need to tap to activate, so Blue Farm doesn't care about Root Maze or Blind Obedience, but we do know Ira has the Boseiju and Rest in Peace in hand, so can deal with it this turn. And also calling out Thoracle Raw Dog, which would be really sick, except for we also know Ira has a Doorkeeper Thrall in hand, which is a flash way to stop all ETBs. So actually, Gripin's really screwed right now. There is no win con Gripin can go for that Ira can't answer.
Acting for something by the looks of it.
Maybe he's raw dogging the Thoracle. Goes straight past Breach. Okay, we've accepted that's not how we're winning this game. Going past Born Upon a Wind, going past Counterspells, going past Gnaws. I think we're trying to raw dog the Thoracle here.
He had a bit of a stumble on that intuition. He was like, oh, okay.
And I think he's about to be sorely disappointed. Casting Thoracle on the stack. Ira about to send this man to the Spirit Realm. But first, Ben. He's got a red Elemental Blast. He's been sandbagging in his hand this whole time.
I wonder who's getting the Spirit.
It's got to be Alvi getting a tapped Spirit.
Of course.
No, it's untapped for Alvi. Let's go. And here's our Pyroblast, stopping it before it could even start. Ira smiling, laughing all the way to the bank, holding on to all his interaction that he doesn't need to worry about. Alvi putting in his Spirit tapped even though it's untapped. There we go, he figures it out. So we see a misstep, I think, is what we're hearing. No misstep. He's got nothing.
He was just having a crack. I mean, fair enough. I think it's like it's not getting any better.
And also, I wouldn't expect Ira to have Doorkeeper Thrall in his hand. And Gripin shows that he has a force of will, but clearly doesn't have the backup.
Possible he just doesn't see it as a winning line and maybe reanimate plan.
Yeah, let's have a look at his list. Does he have ways to reanimate this? He does, in fact, you're right, have actual factual reanimate.
That's what I'd be thinking about. You know, if I'm gonna raw dog the tainted and everyone's the consult, then I need to take away all of that risk of me being a threat by not interacting and be like, okay, well, I don't think I can get enough piece of interaction, so I'm not going to waste it.
So now Ben's looking with his 14 power on board, and he plays a land. And then he's about to cast a spell and get another unstable amulet. So he's about to have 15 power on board. And he's figuring out who does he want to send to the spirit realm. So he could kill Gripen. Gripen's already been hit once, so he's on death's door.
It's quite tricky for Ben, isn't it? Because I don't see, for the other players it would be fine to keep Gripen in the game, but Ben's probably the least incentivized to keep Gripen in the game here.
Yeah, I mean, how does he can't meaningfully stop Blue Farm from winning the game, but I think both Alvi and Ira are in pretty bad spots. Gripen, though, paying a mana, losing a life, which will have a trigger on Obnob, to cast one more spell. He's got one more out. Swords to Plowshares? Which one's
No,
he
I think I think the Obnob's going somewhere else, and he's giving him a additional point of damage.
Casting the Consultation.
Nope. I was wrong.
What's he getting? Does he have the free kill spells? He's not on any of the free kill spells. Goes from mine. No, that was the top 6. Does he have Reanimate in his hand?
Reanimate in hand, Born Upon the Wind, Born Upon a Wind, or something like that. It's got to be.
I'm pretty sure Born Upon a Wind got exiled to Tainted Pact.
Well, there's Reanimate dead.
What are we going for?
What do we got from WinCons now? Praetor's Grasp?
He's not on Praetor's Grasp. 2 commanders punching people, I guess. I don't know what he's digging for. Is this a slow roll where he's not actually digging for anything and he's exiling his whole library?
This is the tricky one.
Maybe he's forgotten what he exiled previously and is decking himself? I don't know. He's realizing he's already exiled the card he's looking for. Maybe it's not in his deck. He might have been looking for Deadly Rollock and has realized it's not in the deck list he submitted. I might go quickly check what they named. I'm very curious. So, team, very important learning experience here. Know your deck list. Our player named Deadly Rollock, and then I came over, they said, Judge, my Deadly Rollock's not in my deck, and then I said, well, player, it's a shame because Deadly Rollock's not in your deck list. You did not submit a Deadly Rollock, and he goes, oh, well, I guess I have perished, since Obnixilis was in fact swinging at Gripen. So he did in fact have no outs. He was just dead. And we're just casting a value Agatha's Soul Golden. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Well tapped.
This Rest in Peace in Ira's hand, about to do God's work. And a big sad face from our Blue Farm player. End step, Ira flashes out the doorkeeper thrall he'd been sandbagging, saying, it did not matter that your Thoracle got counted. I had you anyway. And now Ira's about to put in the pressure, but the problem is Ben, I think, can now almost one-shot anyone with a 16-16. Or 16-15, sorry. That's pretty bad for them.
Very interesting turn of events.
Mm. So Ira trying to figure out what he wants to do with his life, how he's going to beat this Obnixilis. And you might go, he has a flying blocker, what's the problem? And well, the problem is that Obnixilis has flying and trample, because why doesn't it? And while that might be the difference between living and dying on one attack, it's probably not going to save him in the long term.
So in
Yeah,
Ira's
this one-
hand, we've got the Cloudstone Curio, we've got the Boseiju, we've got the Rest in Peace. I'm trying to think what else we saw.
Important crossroads.
That's a good one.
And this was one we didn't know about, but it was draw for turn, birthing ritual.
Is Aragothian Enchantress actually just the commander?
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Unironically, yes. The secret of the deck is you don't have one commander, you have three. You have Sithis, Argothian Enchantress, and Enchantress's Presence. All able to draw you cards off casts. So we've got a Stony Silence, which is very sad for Alvi, but probably doesn't affect anyone else.
It stops Ben too. You can't exile the
with the Agatha's Soul Golden. I don't think Ben needs to do that anymore. Ben activating his Unstable Amulet just before he can. Yeah, Strict saying, why run removal for Draneth when you can just replace those slots with backup commanders in the 99? Exactly. So, looking at Ira's deck list, ways to deal with Obnixilis. We have Swords to Plowshares, not a bad one. We have Solitude, also not a bad one.
Saw in half. I love it.
Exiled under Unstable Amulet. That seems pretty good.
And you can cast that for as long as you don't exile another card with Unstable Amulet.
Yeah, so it's there for a long time. Ira's on the new tech Static Prison. What else do we have? And also on the new land, Talon Gates of Madara, the phase out one. So Ira has a few ways to potentially deal with Obnixilis. However, he seems to be tapping out to cast a land tax. Which tells me Ira doesn't have it. Okay, his land tapped, and then he's going to look at the top 7 cards in his end step with Birthing Ritual. Wait, is it end step or is it upkeep? End step. The end step is going to look at the top 7, and hopefully he finds a 3-drop that does something. Now, the problem is the only 3-drop that does anything is Moon Blessed Cleric, which I don't think can. I guess it can get Static Prison.
I don't think there's a world, though, where he wants to get rid of either of these creatures.
I think I'd be willing to part with the Argothian Enchantress to deal with Obnixilis. The problem is actually you have to get rid of Doorkeeper Thrall because some of these creatures require ETBs.
So he is running 6, notably. So that kind of just gets back whatever it is you find the next turn anyway. So maybe not horrible.
to another trigger of Obnixilis. Up to 17 damage, and I don't recognize that card. Defense Grid. Sure, why not? Did Alvi just pass the turn, or is he trying to figure out what he wants to do? Ira deep in conversation going, we need to deal with this Obnixilis together. Alvi going, it's not my problem.
You and me.
Have fucked me.
And me and you.
Phyrexian Metamorph. Entering the battlefield tapped due to Root Maze, saying artifacts into tapped. What do we think is getting a copy of?
Surely it's a Throbdixilus.
It's like you'd think so, but then what?
Then it's a time walk at that point. You just get to block. Well, no, you don't, because Throbdixilus has trample.
And also, his Throbdixilus is tapped.
Oh, but he's not the next one getting attacked, so.
That's true. So we've got an untap, we've got an upkeep damage, which will trigger Alvi's Obnixilis. Copper Tablet, once again putting in work. Revealing a Hullbreaker Horror. That's maybe not where Alvi wants that one to go.
Not what you want to see, really.
And it's worth noting, Alvi's list is only on one Hullbreaker Horror effect. It doesn't run Tideswell Tyrant.
Well, he's got his other win con out already, right?
Blind Obedience.
Yeah.
I mean, he does run ISO Rev, Isoconceptor, and Dramatic Reversal. But the issue is they all enter tapped. So Ben needs to figure out who he's killing. So he can't. What's he doing? He's swinging Obnixilis assumedly at Ira.
You've got to think so, right?
Ira's saying I block with my Doorkeeper Thrall, or you can try to kill me next turn, so just kill Alvi. Problem is, it's what, 13, 17 damage currently? It doesn't kill anyone. But Ira, I think, takes the 17 on the chin, down to 20.
Gotta be feeling the squeeze with that.
Yeah, and the game really is playing out like we said. If Ben can just play a big idiot, his opponents can't deal with it.
Mm-hmm. I want to see a world where Ben has to make a deal with Abby to saw in half his Throb to create two additional Phyrexian Metamorph that do something cool.
That would be cool, but something tells me it's unlikely.
Yeah, it's fair.
That's a walking ballista.
Is it?
Sony, I believe so, isn't it? Or is that not the walking ballista? Is that something else?
Looks
No,
like...
that's a red. No, that's a red card. You're right.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
A braid.
Right. Yeah. Good catch. Doesn't deal with it. It can kill an Obnixilis, I guess.
It can kill Alfie's Obnixilis. Oh, geez, that's so sad for Alfie.
Alfie shouldn't be allowed to play this game, is what I've learned.
Alvi does get to get rid of the Obnix next turn if he happens to have white card in his hand.
Yeah, he just needs one white card in his hand and he can get rid of it.
The question is, does he want to?
Depends who it swings at.
Well, he doesn't get that choice because he's got to do it
you're
beforehand.
right. I think you just have to fire it off, right? You need this game to go long, and this Obnixilis isn't making this game go long. Also, if you're the only player with an Obnixilis out, you're in a much better spot.
But
Especially
we know
since
that he's
land
not
can
going to
tap.
have an Obnixilis for very long, given that there's an Abrade.
That's true.
But he could have a counterspell. We forget that his Obnixilis might have counterspell backup.
True. So we've got a Cloudstone Curio. So Ira, hoping to go for the win, assumedly, with this Concordant Crossroads, maybe forgetting about this Blind Obedience. No? 2 mana, no, 1 mana Concordant Crossroads. Here we go. I guess this is just a bit of a good combo for drawing a bunch of cards, right? Because you play a 1-drop, bounce a 1-drop, play a 1-drop, bounce a 1-drop. Picks up his Root Maze, so he can play untapped lands this turn.
And creatures.
No, creatures are still tapped from the Blind Obedience.
Yeah, do. Yeah, wow.
Also, Root Maze notably doesn't tap creatures.
Of course, yes. We already went over this, didn't we?
Yeah, so...
Groundhog Day. I can't help but feel like Ben is actually the hero of this story.
You think?
Yeah, like he's not doing any sneaky tricks. He's just getting into it, you know?
Here's my 4-drop. Deal with it or lose the game.
Yeah. I'm not going to interrupt you guys. You just do whatever you need. I'm going to try and kill you.
Magic as Garfield intended. So Ira trying to figure out what to do with his life. Tough decisions we all have to make during games of Commander.
There's the casual cradle.
Yep. It only taps for 2 mana, so it's really not that good.
2 mana now. A lot of fun times to get a tapped cradle. The Abrade going on it? No?
No, Braid casting.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there we go.
Ben went, I don't want to deal with this nonsense. Put it away.
0 Nadu.
Not one.
Nadu. Inside.
Nadu. A bit of politicking going on. Now, I will say they're trying to declare targets after. However, unless Alvi is suggesting we protect the Cloudstone Curio. No? Cool. Strix, Nadu's a bad deck. I don't know what to tell you. If I can 1v3 a Nadu deck, like, it's just not good. And 1v3 with a wash deck like Tivit.
It's the only time Cooley's actually had 3 birds looking at him.
Jesus Christ.
But I mean, all week.
Oh god.
Meanwhile, Ira is committing crimes against humanity with the way that his board is all laid out.
Stacked on top of each other at weird angles.
Yep.
There we go. Clean that up for us a bit, Ira. Come on, creatures in front, enchantments behind. Goes to combat. Does this mean lifelink?
Why is he doing that? So it's just for emotional damage for sure.
Oh, he's giving
Okay,
Alvi another
yeah,
trigger.
there we go. Oh, is that the? It is
Vanquish
the Vanquish the Horde.
Alvi just drew an out. How many creatures did play? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that a 3-mana Vanquish the Hordes I see?
We thought it was a meme, but it turns out that it could have just been the thing that keeps everyone here for an hour and a half.
Yeah, isn't that exciting? And a Collector Roof just to make this Vanquish the Horde easy to cast. Oh, actually, I don't know what's going on. Maybe the Collector Roof is here to force Alvi to board wipe, saying, look, I'm not going to let you play this game unless you board wipe.
Quite clever, really.
Yeah. Birthing Ritual end step, deciding if he wants to trigger it.
Get a 6.
Yeah, get a 6 that immediately gets board wipe, but no, he feels like it's not necessary.
Dual Caster Mage getting exiled for Ben.
Now, I'll point out, Ben has a Saw and half an exile. The only saving grace is this blind obedience, stopping this Saw and half plus Dual Caster Mage infinite. I guess that and that there will be no creatures in play in a hot second. What? Scoop, you there?
Yeah.
Your stream appears to have dropped. No, it's back. That was me. Weird. No, just me. So Alvi's full swing. Where are we sending these?
Full swing. I love it.
It's a 8/7 and a 1/1. Ira going, please don't punch me for 8. There's no reason to. We need to put pressure on Ben. Alvi probably going, rightfully so. I'm not killing Ben with combat damage. I might kill you with combat damage.
Ben casting a bolt on something.
Trying to reduce the creature count, I guess. But I don't think the creature count particularly matters.
It's the Mycosynth land or whatever it's called. Mycosynth ladder. Here we have
Yeah.
Mr. White. Yeah. Actually, have a game.
Yeah, though I think Ira's in the best spot right now, quite frankly.
Hmm. My soul is being soothed by Ira.
Yeah,
It-
Ira's making sure this game is a long time, not a good time.
Oh no, I more just mean that he's straightening up all of his.
Oh, I see. Yes, he's cleaned up his board since the creatures have died.
Mm. Yeah, I wish there was more to report on as far as commentary goes, but we're looking at yeah, a moment of silence for Alvy. No, it's
I
nice
think
to see
Alvy's
him being
back in the
punished.
game.
Usually Alvy's the one pushing everyone's shit in with his tax pieces, so it's he's getting a bit of what he dishes out.
I actually think Alvy's back in this game after that board wipe.
It's definitely giving him breathing room, right?
Yeah.
The way he wins is he convinces Ira and Ben to hit each other with their little noodles, and then he uses the extort to kill them.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Mm. Ben just got to win.
There's no creature to target, and all his creatures enter the battlefield tapped, so no. But he's close.
But I mean, if he just excuse me, they go away. They cards go away at the end of this turn, don't they?
Sure do.
And he's only got 4 mana, I guess, because of the sturdy silence.
Yeah. Ira's just roaring to untap his, 6 mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah. 6 mana and start rebuilding. While I think Alvy's in a better spot than he was a turn ago, I think it's still looking best for Ira right now. We've got a demonic tutor from Ben.
Hmm.
What do you think he's getting?
Does this round feed the swarm? No. He doesn't have enough mana unless he has specifically 2 rituals, molten duplication targeting a artifact and copy it, a dual caster.
Still doesn't win though, because they all are tapped.
All right, yeah. No, so I was more meaning the he's doing with Saw in Half to have Saw in Half tokens that will stick around.
Saw and half tokens would stick around, you're right.
Literally just to get the. But yeah, I suppose it doesn't really need the DT for that.
No, and there's Well, no, the problem with Saw and Half, there are no creature targets to cast the first one to clone.
If he leaves a 3 mana open and just like naked casts the dual caster.
Saw and Half finishes resolving before the triggers go on the stack, so you don't get to copy it.
Yeah, man, I'm so bad at this game.
It's been a long day.
It has. It has.
We've had the easy end of it, just commentating.
Yeah, I was saying to my wife earlier that it's definitely way harder playing a tournament than commentating one, but it gets to you. You start to just, I verbalize diarrhea at the best of times, but after
diarrhea, what a great phrase.
But after a day of it,
what? We got a little friend over on Ben's board.
is it a cat?
There was a cat that ran by.
He keeps trying to register Lewis with
Best companion.
Yeah. All right. No surprises. We've got Sithis coming out for Ira. What else we got?
Why is he tapped out?
Rest in peace. It just gets more and more.
Ben responding with 2 mana to kill Sithis. Painted pack, maybe? I don't know. Cast at OBM. Oh, the Sithis is immediately put back into the command zone, I guess.
It's pretty good.
Not bad at all.
Oh, and what a great Soren half target he's got later.
Oh, double OBM. Oh no, this game is going to be miserable. Poor Alvi.
Alvi's just going to rip the imposter mech off the top here. And we're just going to go round and round in circles.
Oh no.
Progressively less and less resources.
All right, Sithis, this is the second time Sithis was cast.
That's a very good tutor on Ben's.
Strix out here wants the game to go even longer with humility.
We got the cage. And then the cage comes down.
Oh god, this game sucks, man.
Come on, it's not that bad. Much worse watching 3 Nadus and a Tivit.
I'm having war flashbacks to fucking playing against 3 Nadus and everyone just yapping and nothing happening. At least game actions are happening here.
Dying of old age is the win con. A 1-1 getting in at someone.
I need to leave you alone for 2 secs. Don't burn the place down.
Mm-hmm. We've got the very famous move of playing a tapped Mox. Oh, and following it up with a tapped Grim that we saw from a while back. What next? 2 cards in hand. Looks like he's passing the turn. We got Ben untapping. So we've got no access to artifacts, no access to cards, creature cards in libraries, no graveyards. We're just missing a curse totem and a rule of law. Oh, 100% Strix. It could also be that he doesn't have anything better to do next turn than to just pay to untap it. He's only got the 2 cards in hand, so I don't think it would be particularly likely that he has it. Right, so the last 3 cards from being shown as a bit of a way to demonstrate him not being a threat.
So I'm going to have to burst your bubble here. Grim Monolith is an artifact, and there happens to be a Stony Silence in play.
All right, yes, you can do that. Oh, well.
Ira playing this Grafdigger's Cage when he has a Green Suns in his hand is an interesting move. Maybe he's going to Beseiju his own Grafdiggers to ramp.
Can't target your own stuff, sadly. Otherwise, it'd be
not.
Yeah, well, it'd be a 1-mana like ramp spell.
That makes sense, I guess.
It's pretty cracked.
I don't know, the card's already busted in half.
Yeah.
Hall of Helios Generosity, obviously a non-bow with Rest in Peace.
Right, they're deciding if they want to chop the Esper Sentinel.
Nathan saying Blue Farm, hoping this game goes to time. Sadly, this is I guess the heat death of the universe does count as going to time. Manually untap and pass, yeah. Yeah, this if Grim Monolith was a legendary, we could untap it with Manamo. That'd be a bit of fun. Alright, Ira untapping.
He's going to cast his commander, then he's going to go off.
Drew a card. He's not immediately putting it into play, so must do something. He's going to tap for 6 mana to cast a Siphis. One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. It's prep coin concede.
7. Prep coin concede. What a niche Hearthstone reference. So we've tapped for 7 mana here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Casting Siphis, overpaying by 1, forgetting he has a wild growth. Oh wait, no, there's all overpaying by 1. Trick saying surely it's reaching critical mass here, however. No, not at all. We've barely reached anything. This game we're here for another hour and a half. Ira being told, your creature is tapped, my 1/1 will kill you. Alvy's blind obedience extort game plan looking more and more real.
This genuinely feels like the Saw in Half is coming at end step. And go to beats with a 4/4 is what's happening. A 4/4 and 2 1/1s.
I mean, honestly, it's a pretty good game plan. It also clears Siphis.
Yep. Ira's trying real hard to show how not a threat he is, but we know how it goes with that deck.
Ranger Captain of Eons.
Ah, Ranger Cap. Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, Esper Sentinel's the only hit. And he he's gonna try find this Esper Sentinel and realize he can't cast it and pass it to him with his 3/3 blocker.
Get in with the one. Do it, Alvi.
I want Alvi to win this game. I know we're not meant to be biased as commentators, but
Ben's setting up for his blue light disco after the game finishes, because it'll be nighttime by the time he finishes. So
yeah, Nathan's saying Alvi should have got Shorakai All-Star Mem Knight.
Here we go. 3 tapped mana. End step, casting it.
Why is Ranger Captain tapped?
Who knows? Man, how does Hopper tap it?
Oh, there's a concordant crossroads. Alvi went to combat.
Ah.
Alvi punched it. Oh my god, Ira's gonna die, and then it's gonna be a 1v1.
Is Ben remembering his triggers?
Yeah, Sithis died.
No, for the amulet.
Yes, every player should have taken 1 damage. Let's.
Yep, looks like we're good.
Yeah. Beseiju being fired off, targeting. Blind Obedience. Ira saying I'm a hop, skip, and a jump away from winning if my creatures don't enter the battlefield tapped anymore.
Very interesting.
So now that Alvi's lost Hullbreaker Horror and Blind Obedience, winning this game just got a little bit harder. He still does have the Artifactlet Mills Codex Shredder, so he's not out of it yet, but we're getting there. Alright, so Ben sitting there with what I believe to be 6 damage, though maybe 5. Can't quite read that.
Ira also possibly getting rid of the blind obedience to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, maybe to not die to the extort activations. Ira might now be saying, look, you know what's in my hand, it's all terrible. Alvi's at 23, I don't think you can 1v1 him. I think you lose that race. He might be right.
You reckon?
Maybe not. Maybe recasting Ob Nixilis gets there. But the issue is, if Ira dies, Alvi's free.
But he's only got 3 cards in hand, one of them known. 5 mana. And, or 6, no, still 5 mana.
Vile saying Root Maze might be the MVP of the event. Don't give Ira that sort of credit. We don't support Root Maze gamers out here. we like going to bed at reasonable times.
Compact win I firmly believe that if they print a commander that can reliably tutor 1-mana artifacts, that Root Maze becomes like one of the best cards in that deck because you can just get your amulet and asymmetrically stacks people out. And you're in green, so you can get oof as well.
So you want a Simic Trinket Mage commander?
Yep. Just reverse basically.
So Ira drew a land for turn. Saga on a commander, yeah.
Yeah, I guess Golos is the thing, isn't it?
Right. Vile saying we should DQ Ira for slow play. You know?
Golos did nothing wrong.
Ira just passed. So Ira's just dead.
I just realized there is a commander that does that. It's Oswald Fiddlebender.
Yeah, but that has to go up in value.
And it's white.
Yeah. So how does LV versus Ben go? Because Ira's dead.
Because Ira's dead. Oh.
LV casting Shorokai saying, if you want Ira dead, you have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Nadu versus Sifis versus Yawgmoth versus Krakashima. If you wanted an ID, you could have just said so. Like, you don't have to make up these magical dream situations. Just ask for a draw. So much easier.
I don't think that game length uses regular numbers.
Yeah. You have to start using scientific notation. No, because Talion can kill people.
Alien Pilot is the judge. Oh, brilliant. Ben going to his turn.
It's something telling me Ira's not long for this world.
I think you have to kill him. He's just got too many cards. There's only 2 in hand, but look at it. If you just, even like an infant would look at this and go, he's got the most things. That's the scariest. I want as many toys as that kid. Give me that kid's toys.
I don't think Ben beats Alvi in the 1v1 now that Alvi has Shorokai out.
I think as soon as the Stony Silence goes away, Ben gets to recast his commander and exile stuff and kill him with the amulet.
Yeah, maybe.
That amulet's going to be like very.
But
legit.
Alvi's never been hit by Ben yet.
And also, Alvi can't activate his commander without getting shooty dootied.
Oh, there's 2 OBMs. Holy shit, Alvi's in the dirt.
It's like, I'll activate Shorokai. Lose 4 life. I'll activate Shorokai. You're dead now.
Well, is it lose 4 life or is it lose 3 life in your pilot? I think dealing with the blockers is actually more relevant.
Ooh.
Did that 5 just go at Alvi?
Man, Ira must be kicking himself with that Graph Digger's Cage.
Whoa, wait, hang on. What just happened? Solitude got cast, exiling one of the orcs, blocking the orc army. Is he blocking the orc army or is he blocking the orc?
I think he has to block the army.
Does he? If he blocks the OBM, he goes up to 5 life and takes 4. Oh, but then he dies to tablet.
Yeah.
Oh, some of it went at Alvi. The orc army went at Alvi. Because Ben thought he had lethal. So Ben sent both Orcish Bowmasters at Ira and the army at Alvi and immediately got punished. Yeah, Alvi's list is not on Polymorph. Ira in it with a dream. Ira sandbagged this Solitude like a king. And now he's going to tap for 8 mana and cast Sithis. And this Copper Tablet's going to kill him. Did Ira already have a blind obedience? Ranger Captain, good draw.
This is a fantastic. Surely he gets like the Seed Cradle here.
Yeah, he gets the Seed Cradle Witch, which lets him pump Solitude.
Gain a
attack,
load of life.
or attack with Solitude and use it as a trick to untap your Solitude and block. Yeah, there it is. Seed Cradle Witch, right to the front of it. Ira holding on for dear life.
Yeah, that's like a massive punish for Ben, because now that both of the OBMs are gone, there's nothing containing Ira from Stormin.
And there's also nothing holding Alvi back from if they can kill Ira. Ben's now well and truly on the back foot. He's lost his lead.
Mm.
And all these creatures enter untapped. It's crazy. He's fetching with his Vista. Bold. Down to 3, and we've already seen the lightning bolt, sadly.
He'll be at 6, I'm assuming, because of the Solitude attacking. Right?
Probably. He better put this land in the battlefield tapped, or I'm gonna come shout at him. I'll give him a couple seconds. Alright, let me go shout at him 1 sec.
Yeah. So it looks like he's pumped the Solitude the once, so he'll gain 6 here.
Well, he can no longer do it a second time. He doesn't have enough mana.
Yeah.
Ben down to 8. Ira back up to 9.
Oh, I think he's got just enough, right? He's got 4.
No, that's an abundant harvest. Abundant growth, sorry.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh, he's got a birthing ritual as well. Holy shit.
Oh, looks like he missed it.
It's a May, I believe. No, it's not, but whatever. I don't care enough. It is a miss trigger.
Yeah. No one's going to be putting that on the stack voluntarily. Been taking a bit of heat.
Yeah, well, He's a hop, skip, and a jump away from recasting Old Nixos, and that starts to kill people. Hyra's also pretty close to just killing someone. Man, these life totals, huh?
It's crazy to think that this is coming down to combat.
This is magic as Garfield intended.
You know it. You know it.
You know what I want to see from Ira's top deck? Paladin class. I want him to suit up his Solitude with double strike and get in there.
Okay.
Omnixilus getting cast.
Big
Ira saying,
throbber.
big throbber indeed.
I feel for Ben. He must be reeling right now, just thinking about what could have been.
He was so close to greatness, yet so far.
Ira fumbling with what will soon become his mess of a board state again.
Couldn't possibly have a normal board state. And Ben flips a... What do we got, Ben? A land. Not so exciting. Does Ira need to kill Ben?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is the first Sithis, Obnix, Shurikai, Timna, Crompod. I'm sure there wouldn't be much on Datatog.
No, I'm sure this has never happened before. So Ira's got a spell, which is exciting.
Or he's just being like a Hollywood and doing it fantastically. Like, yes, my spell. What's it say?
Also possible.
Tap for green mana.
Swinging both at Ben.
Ben dead.
Not yet, but it's close.
Ben has to double block here or he dies.
He sure does.
Spoopy. That is just cracked.
Yeah, Ira realizing why play anything but the kill you game plan.
So he's blocking the Solitude with Obnix by the looks of it.
I think he's blocking both.
Yeah, but he can kill the Solitude to one pump, I believe.
Yes, one pump of Solitude does still die. It's okay, he has the ability to triple pump. Question is, does he actually want to save the range captain?
I think he does, just in case Alfie puts a win on the stack. The only thing that could possibly do it would be like a ISO Rev or something like that.
There's a root maze still.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still like a good safety valve against it. I think you definitely tap
There's
out.
a root maze and a stony silence. I'm not particularly worried.
Psych Rift is a card though. I
Oh,
realize we're all
yeah.
we're talking about extremely marginal like percentage points, but I think, you know, depending on, I guess the only really thing that really matters is what his last card is. It was a land.
It was a land.
There
He
we
was
go.
pulling a Hollywood.
And yeah, so the triple block makes, the triple pump makes a lot of sense with that. Ira going to kill me life total.
Yeah, and then Alvi doing something.
Sink into
Sink
stupor.
stupor. What do we think he's targeting? Stony Silence.
Stony Silence, I guess.
Next one probably comes at Root Maze, huh? Activate Shorokai.
The first time we see Pilot.
I believe that Digimon is a Pilot token as well. Discarding Dispel. Which spell? Dispel.
That spell.
That spell. Tapping for 2. Casting.
Another activation of Shurikai, untapping the Shurikai.
Is that which is that one of the keys?
The Minamo.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Man, if OBMs were still out. If you're Ira, do you just crack Ranger Captain?
I don't think you do it this turn. I think you let Alvi extend just a little bit more. Hope that he puts a bit of pressure on Ben. Oh, that was all at end step? There you go.
Yeah.
Right, maybe you do then. Or maybe you take the approach of I'm just going to fade this turn and then I'm going to try and kill them.
Can get through all the 1/1s.
It's going to be hard without. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
There it is. Oh no, he's thinking about it. No, he's letting him draw. Yeah, Ben does have a good 45-degree tap. I'm not a big fan, but his opponents have not asked him to fix it, so they're good with it. Yeah, he's got an army of pilots now. I don't know how they get through this.
I hope he could get there.
Though Ira does have an Elish Norn in his deck. Does Ira have 13 mana?
Yes. Probably more now because of the...
He has exactly 13 mana in play. So Ira might be able to.
The Emrakul.
Yeah.
Doesn't even need the discount.
The discount? Well, there's a rest in peace. There is no discount.
Yeah.
So Alvy's in a good spot compared to where he started this game.
Yeah.
He was on a multi-4 and got stacked out real fast. But it might be too little too late. Activating Shurikai, he's just digging for the win at this point. So Ira, we're looking at draws he might have. Elish Norn's pretty good. Emrakul's
Mhm.
pretty good.
I think Elishnorn's the one that you want. Oh,
Yeah, for sure.
Alvy's on 13 life.
Touch the Spirit Realm going into being activated, I assume? Or being cast? Being cast! Touch the Spirit Realm being hard cast, targeting Sea Cradle Ridge.
There you go.
You know?
I think someone needs to tell Alvy you're not supposed to cast that card.
Yeah, I didn't think you could cast that card. What else could Ira draw? Ira could draw Hallowed Haunting. That'd be pretty good.
Ira's got a lot of really good draws. So of all the cards that he could draw, Emrakul's good. Elishnorn's really good. He could draw 6. No, he couldn't draw 6. That's terrible.
Survival of the Fittest is quite good.
Destiny Spinner's great.
I quite like Meticulous Excavation
Yep, that'll do it.
because it lets you pick up your Grafdigger's Cage and your Solitude.
Even the Sylvan Tutor is really good because you can just put that bad boy on top and then remember his birthing ritual.
True, though he has a 5-drop and a 3-drop, which don't particularly get him to 7 or 13. Ben's dead? And then in Ira's upkeep, he gets Silence. So he can't recast the Stony Silence.
What just happened? We just missed it.
So Alvy must have full swung at Ben just enough to kill him.
Well, he's got 4 pilots, right? Or is it 2? No, 4. He's got 4.
He's got 4 untapped ones, but I believe he swung a Spirit, 2 Spirits, and an Esper Sentinel at him.
That makes sense.
Man, this game is down to the wire.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Ira drawing a card off his Horizon Canopy.
Yeah, so we got this. Like, I think the biggest hit would be like something to play the Elishnorn or something to get out like lethal threat.
Yeah.
I'm like saying the most obvious things in the world. I think I want to draw a card that will let him win the game. Excellent commentary. That's why everyone's paying me the big bucks.
I don't know. I think it's a bit of a hot take.
You think it's mid strategy to draw good cards that win?
I don't know. Drawing bad cards is a lot of fun, though.
Yeah. I just don't play any bad cards. That's the trick.
My grandfather's deck has no bad cards.
That's why it runs 4 copies of Harold and Bob.
God damn it. Traneth Magistrate. Well, I don't think Ira was planning on paying 8 for his commander anyway, but it is a good blocker.
Yeah. His other commander's exiled.
Yeah. Did Ira crack Ranger Captain in the upkeep? Is that what happened? I missed that. He must have.
And then a pass back? I don't know.
Yeah, Draneth and pass. So Ira looking at the 3 random cards in his hand, trying to figure out, can he win? And Alvy's ability to draw 4 cards over the top if he needs to, it makes it pretty hard.
I'm not sure if Ira's forgotten that he's got 2 cards in his hand that are in front of him, the Stony Silence and the
well, the Green
Sun
is useless because of the Grafdigger's Cage on his board.
Yeah.
But the Stony Silence, maybe he's trying to set it up by casting other spells first.
Like, surely this is the longer you wait, the worse it gets. Okay, we've got random enchantment that everyone watching the show is going to know. It's going to be a... Oh, God. Revelation.
Okay, what does this card do again? It's whenever.
Telepathy.
Oh, of course it fucking is. So we got Force of Negation, Chain of Vapor, Swan Song, and
Codex Shredder.
Codex Shredder.
Now, for those who have never played against Iris deck before, it's a very, very strong deck. But oh my god, it's painful to play with Revelation because it's just slows down the game so much because every play gets discussed in insane levels of detail because everyone has perfect information.
On the bright side, there's only 2 players in this game.
Exactly. I'm very happy that didn't come down when there was 4 players. Like this spell basically says win your first 2 games of a 6-player tournament and then just mulligan aggressively for this in your opener so that the rest of the games draw.
This whole game is nonsense. Okay, so Alvy's got a transmute artifact, so all he needs to do is find his dramatic reversal.
Mm-mm.
So Alvy's just digging. We got a Pact of Negation, Urza Saga. Urza Saga is a real win condition here. Having a blue, activating Shorokai. Drawing 2 cards that'll eventually have to show us a Cursed Totem and a Mana Crypt. Discarding the Cursed Totem, sure. An Iris hand for context is land, Green Sun Zenith, which is useless, Stony Silence, and Utopia Sprawl.
It's a great question.
Alex asking why hasn't Stony Silence been played? My assumption is Ira knew there were counter spells and wants to try sneak it in underneath a counter spell somehow.
Wild growth?
Pardon?
Is that a wild growth or the?
That's a fertile ground.
Yeah. Okay, so we've assembled most of Exodia. Alvi showing his hand as a Mana Crypt, a Isochron Scepter, and several pieces of white paper. Trouble in Pairs. I think that's probably the only card both players would be running. Aside from Blind Obedience, maybe. Discarding Heuristic Study. Interesting. We see a dress down drawn. It's gotta be half good. Mana
Yeah.
Crypt gets cast. I don't know if I like that.
Neither do I, but I think Alfie's also forgotten that all his creatures have haste, which is why he's separating his pilots from one another. But really, he should just be jamming it. Casting a transmute. Iris says, "Go nuts! You can see my entire hand. You know I can't do anything about it."
Okay,
And this
makes
is why we
sense. Yeah, that's the Mana
played the
Crypt.
mana crypt. So yeah, it makes sense now. What artifact are we getting that can help us kill? Is that another key? Was that an unwinding clock? I think that's another key. I think that's a manifold key, I believe. Manifold key notably says target creature can't be blocked this turn. And something tells me these constructs are gonna be huge. Ira drew Sylvan Tutor and passed. I think Ira's starting to see the writing on the wall and just wants to go to bed. He mills an Esper Sentinel, which is partially why he couldn't Sylvan Tutor because of the known Codex Shredder. We've got an unwinding clock in hand and swords to plowshares to the graveyard. Alfie saying, "I don't need any of this. Your dead is a doorknob." And now I believe. How big would this construct be? It's got to be huge. If he simply makes a construct. He's not choosing not to make a construct. I guess at hour 2 of the game, you start to lose all sense of how to win. You just want the game to keep going.
Gets a Skull Clamp.
Right, because what he needed was more card draw.
Yeah, I feel like that's in the wrong direction. Who knows?
I think he's trying to set up the ISO Rev win.
He's gonna run out of cards to do it.
Well, he's got ISO Conceptor in his hand. He's got the Vault and the key to untap the ISO Conceptor when he casts it. Rest in peace gone. 2 rest in peace, very funny.
Another key.
Well, we needed more card draw. Going down to 10, tapping his Ancient Tomb. Casting his Unwinding Clock, saying, "I'm going to draw so many cards on my turn, so help me God." On every turn, sorry. Crop rotation to the graveyard just because he can. You know what's quite funny? If this Rest in Peace wasn't in play, he wouldn't be able to deck Ira, right? Oh, wait, no. Emrakul's not the Shuffle Titan. He's got that one's banned. It's the other Emrakul. Ira drew.
Looks like he passed.
No, he played Lambskin. Alves decided he'd like to spin his wheels for a while.
Out of time. That's funny. Into the bin.
No, I don't need that. Keeping a land over Flusterstorm.
Interesting.
So he has 13 1/1s. I think 2 swings kills Iron. If he simply just sends everything in, Ira can't stop him.
If Ira Natty draws the
Elishnorn?
Elishnorn, I don't think the counterspells are all non-creature counterspells, right?
There is a resculpt at the bottom of that pile, I believe.
Right. That'll still kill everything.
It will nuke the board, though the Draneth will stay and the Ranger Captain will stay.
Yeah.
Tezzeret the Seeker, not all that useful, but Mystical Tutor. Turns out... Hey, oh, that's a Force Allure, not a Mystical Tutor.
Yeah. Now he's safer.
Hmm. He's desperately just trying to find this. Muddle the Mixture should get him there. Saying, I don't need no stinking resculpt. Give me my dramatic reversal. Cast a Chrome Mox, enters tapped.
Well,
As Ira's quick. Are we down to 8?
Transmuting model of Mystical. There we go.
He doesn't have 2 mana available to cast the Isochron Scepter. Game is about to be over, Marinius. We're nearly free from our Mortal Coil. Maybe he does have 2 mana? Maybe I was missing a mana floating somewhere?
I mean, I can see a bunch of shiny pieces of white paper.
Yeah, this is the problem with people who foil the decks.
It's got nothing to do with that. You just don't have an overhead light that is directly above the cards on an angle that is complementary to the webcam.
Ira looking through his whole deck, trying to find it out, and scooping it up. And
GG. There we
got
go.
it.
And we have our winner. Alvi takes it away.
Yeah. That game was wild. For a second, we thought Ben had it. Gripen looked a little bit threatening and accidentally exiled his whole library. Ira was putting the squeeze on people. But in the end, Alvi in 4th position on a mulligan to 4 takes the finals of the first Take the Initiative.
We into the channel here to have a chat.
Yeah, I might drag him in. Let me get him.
Breakout.
Alvi, how you doing?
Oh,
yeah,
it's over.
Yeah, congrats on the fucking slobber knocker. Malta 4, last place. Turn 2 Root Maze.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was rough.
how you feeling?
How did that feel for the first hour?
We got there. That's what matters.
Well, you did really good time. Overall live stream, we're looking at 8 hours and 5 minutes, which we started during the player meeting. So I think overall, that'll put your last game at just shy of probably 2
I believe
hours.
just shy of 2 hours. I've got the pod started around 3:30.
Well, at least it wasn't like 3 hours or something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't a 3-hour slobber knocker against 3 Nadus. I'm not salty.
Yeah.
I
Um,
think grateful revelation
so-
came down when it was just the two of you.
that
Yeah.
helped us.
I kept, so I had Sink into Stupa in my opening hand.
Right.
So I kept that, like, even when I was missing land drops, I kept that card in my hand the entire game because I knew at some point that was going to be the way I could get out of the stacks and, like, win the game, basically.
Very strong card. Very strong card.
It is real MVP, that game.
Very, very cool. Nearly, it was a pod full of 2-color commanders, which is not something that you see very often. And first eliminated being the blue farm. So
Yeah, I think it was interesting because of how much of a threat he put out. So Ben obviously had the most commanding position initially, and the biggest threat to that was Grippin. So he sort of had to go for him, and just because I had like 4 cards, was root mazed out, no one really did anything to me, which was a good way to just avoid like the hate that Grippin got, for example.
we were saying at the point where Ben was in that commanding position, you deploying the blind obedience was kind of like the best possible card almost that you could play, because Ben doesn't care about that anywhere near enough to suddenly start targeting you, but it slows down the other 2 opponents, making it harder for them to defend against him. And so it was like a really critical point, I think, that really started to sway the stress away from you having to like try and find answers, being the only blue player left in the pod, or being one of 2 blue players. So very interesting game how that developed. So yeah.
Well, I was actually really disappointed when Ira got me to the Vanquish the Hordes. I know that's weird to say, but because I had Sink into Stupa in my hand, I was hoping that I wouldn't draw an answer. Ben would then kill Ira because he's the most threatening, and then I would be freed from all of the Ira stacks, and because of Sink into Stupa, I would have the answer for Obnix in my hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
But obviously, I hit the Vanquish the Horde and was like, okay, well, now I have to do this.
And then we were talking.
That meant
Ira
come back.
Ira made a very heads-up play there as well, casting the Collector Oath, saying you have to deal with this board state or you don't get to play the game. So cast this, Vanquish the Horde.
Well, actually, the way we talked about that was that I was like, hey, I need more of a discount on my board wipe, which wasn't actually true. I could cast Vanquish the Hordes with that amount of mana, but because he cast it and then it got costed 1 less, when Ben lightning bolted one of Ira's creatures, I could still cast the Vanquish the Hordes anyway.
Yeah, it ended up being really clutch.
Yeah, it did.
One last thing before we let everyone go and rest for the day. Those final couple turns, did you realize all your pilots had haste and you had lethal for like 3 turns?
I didn't realize. I knew I was close to lethal, or I knew I had something close to, but I also knew he had the life gain creature.
Yeah,
I definitely could have dressed down and then removed all of abilities and then swung out, and that probably would have won me the game. That would have won me the game. But I was more focused on just like getting there.
So, because the play me and Scoop talked about was just like you had 10 pilots or something, was just swing at him twice and it just outpaces his life gain. Obviously didn't matter in the end. You had such a lock on that game that he couldn't get into you. An absolute masterclass on how to just stay under the radar and get there in the end.
Very good, yeah.
Might let you go. We might call it a wrap for Take the Initiative. Congratulations on your win.
Thanks very much to everyone who tuned in, everyone who played. And yes, it's a monthly event, so you can expect details coming out soon on the next event, as soon as we all have a nap.
Yeah.
Need that nap.
All right. Thanks all.
Thanks very much, guys.